Hello, Ashokji. How are you?
Hi, ma'am. I'm fine. How are you? How's
I'm good
everything?
too. I'm good too. Good too. So, how is the session going on? Now, another 4 days left, I suppose.
Yeah, that's right. Sessions are very good.
That's
Lot
great.
to study.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. But we can just give a guideline, a rest. You have to see the contents about how the IBBI prescribes and how are the test papers. So accordingly, you have to
Yeah,
put your efforts.
correct. There are many areas. I
Because
mean, many.
actually, valuation is something which is too vast.
Yes.
Yes. So that just a minute, sir. I'll just
Yeah.
get my alternate internet also. Just a minute.
Okay. Okay.
So actually, there is, I think, some internet issue today. So I was just getting some alternate arrangements also.
Okay. Okay. I think many
And
people are yet to join. I think 4, 5 guys are there.
that's what I was wondering. It's already 9:37, and we are
Yeah.
having two big topics today.
Yeah.
I think yet only five have joined.
Right.
Good morning, Shivasa. Shivasa was here. No.
Morning, madam. How are you doing?
I'm good, sir. How about
I
you?
was on mute. Sorry.
No worries, sir. How about you?
Yeah. Good. Good. Good.
That's good.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Ma'am, I think we have joined enough participants and 10 minutes have already elapsed. I think we should start.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that we should start the session because then time would be just running out. Okay. So, okay, to the extent we are here now, we are going to start the session because it's already 9:40. Okay. So today we are having two topics. One is macroeconomics and other is SEBI guidelines. So macroeconomics and would cover around 3 marks, that is fixed. And SEBI guidelines, approximately you can expect 2 marks. So in total, around 5 marks are there to be covered out of these two topics. Okay. So first of all, we will start with the economics, macroeconomics. Before going to the presentation, I would just have a brief discussion about how things work under the macroeconomics. Okay. So, sir, here we know, first of all, the things we have to discuss are, first is what is economy? Economy, you can understand as a country or as a particular geographical boundary within which the services, goods are being provided, produced, and it is being consumed. Okay. So in an economy, we have producers, we have consumers. Okay. So whatever, now when we talk about national income is something which is being produced either in the form of product or services in an economy. We will discuss everything in detail. But before going to these things, we'll have to understand few basic steps, though I have already covered it in my presentation. First is GDP. First, we will understand what is GDP. Then we will understand what is GNP. Sorry. Then we will understand what is NNP. Now, NNP is again valued at two things. One is factor cost and one is NNP at market cost. So first we will understand these concepts and then we will go to the presentation. So before starting, I would just like to start with an example. Let us consider we are talking about a country. We are talking about a country like India. So we are having four peoples here. Okay. One is Mr. A. Mr. A is earning say around 10,000 rupees per year. Then is Mr. B. He is earning 7,000. Then Mr. C. Now Mr. A and B both are Indians who are in India. Means they are Indians, they are working in India. Now Mr. C, let us assume he is a Chinese person. Or let's take it as American. China walon ko nahi lenge. So he's an American. Okay. He is earning say 3,000 rupees per annum. And then is Mr. D, who is an Indian, but is in America. Okay. And he is earning say around 5,000 rupees. So we are having these four people. With the help of these four people, we will understand what is GDP, what is GNP, what is NNP, and what is NNP at market cost. Now, GDP, as we see, GDP, the full form is gross domestic product. This is the base from where we start our macroeconomics. So gross domestic product means all goods and services. Gross means total. Okay. Product means income. We will understand why product is called equivalent to income. Okay. So for the time being, product is income. Gross is total and domestic is something which is being produced within the geographical boundaries of a country. Anything, anyone is producing, but it is being produced within the geographical boundaries. Okay. So if taking these four people as example, if we have to find out GDP, Mr. A, he is an Indian who is working in India, so 10,000. Okay. Mr. B is also an Indian who is in India. Mr. C is an American who is working in India, but he is working in India within geographical boundaries of India. So for the purpose of calculating GDP, we will add 10,000 plus 7,000 plus 3,000. That means my GDP is equal to 20,000. Okay. To this point, it is clear. GDP is something, the value of goods and services which are being produced within the geographical boundary of a country. No matter who is producing, can be Mr. X of America, US, America, England, China, anywhere. But he is working, he is in India, he is working in India. And this amount is being generated in India. So we have to consider GDP as something which is being produced within the geographical boundaries. So GDP here will be 10,000 plus 7,000 plus 3,000. Okay. Now, when we talk about GNP, GNP means gross national product. I have covered everything in presentation, but I want to just give you the clear idea because at least one question you are going to receive from this. Gross national product. Gross is again total. Product is income. Now, what the difference is? National. This means that when we are talking about GNP, we are talking about value of all goods and services produced by the nationals of a country. No matter that person is in America, that person is in China, that person is in Bangladesh, whatsoever. wheresoever he is. But he is an Indian and he is earning something. So GNP means something, all the value of all goods and services which are being produced by the Indians. So again, we come to our example. 10,000, Mr. A is an Indian who is working in India. Mr. B is an Indian working in India. Now Mr. D, he is an Indian who is working in America. Okay. So when we are talking about GNP, we will take 10,000 plus 7,000. Now we will not include this 3,000. We will take 5,000 here. So the GNP would be, in this case, 10 and 7, 17 and 5, 22,000. Okay. Till this point, it is clear. When we are talking about GDP, gross domestic product, we are talking about any value of all goods and services within the geographical boundary. When we are talking about GNP, we are talking about the value of goods and services produced by all nationals of a country. Okay, so that is the difference between GDP and GNP. Now we have come to GNP. Now we will find what is the relation between GDP and GNP. Okay, now if we talk about GDP, please be very careful in this, because especially I'm taking it separately because you are getting a question out of it. GDP, we can say, GNP. If we talk about GNP, we can say we will take GDP. From this, we will minus whatever income a person is earning in India but is giving outside India. That is factor income to abroad. Is giving outside India. That we will reduce. And what we will add? Factor income which is coming to India, whatever money is coming to India. Outside India. Factor income.
You were right, madam, earlier.
Yes, sir.
You were right. Earlier, you were writing correctly. It was factor income earned abroad.
Yes, I was just trying to get what was the exact terminology used. One is factor income to India, one is factor income from India. So factor income outside India, and one is factor income from India, from abroad. So what we are taking is, we are just taking amount what is coming to India and what is going out of India. We are finding the difference between the two. Okay. So if we find the difference between these two, whatever we are getting from outside India and whatever we are giving to outside India, we are sending outside India, the difference, that is called as net factor income from abroad, NFIA, net factor income from abroad. So when we are talking about GNP, so GNP is equal to GDP plus NFIA, net factor income from abroad. We are taking the GDP, whatever we are sending outside India, we are reducing it, and whatever we are getting from outside India to our country, that we are adding. Okay, so this is the relation between GNP and GDP. If we are talking about NNP, simple, we are having gross and we are minusing the depreciation. So that is NNP. So when we reach to this situation, it is called as NNP at factor cost. Factor cost means we are just imagining something which is just at the factory gate. It is having only the cost related to factors of production. Okay, so it is factory cost. Now, as soon as the product comes out of the factory, you have indirect taxes and some subsidies are being given by the government. So when we further NNP at factor cost, then we add the indirect taxes and reduce the subsidies. Government is also giving some subsidies. So that is again net indirect taxes. This is called as net indirect taxes. Okay. Then it becomes at NNP at market cost. Now, what we are calculating here, NNP at factor cost, this is called the national income. So we start from the GDP. We always see that whenever there is a discussion at the world level, we are talking about GDP of a particular country, because this is how the investor perceive a country, because they think that, okay, this country is progressing and there is equal opportunity for an investor from outside country to invest in that particular country and rise. So GDP is something which is being produced within the domestic boundaries. Whatever, whoever is producing, we don't care. It is should be within the domestic and geographical boundaries. In that, if we add net factor income from abroad, we reach to GNP. And in GNP, when we less the depreciation, we come to NNP at factor cost. And in NNP at factor cost, if we add the net indirect taxes, it becomes as NNP at market cost. These are the concepts from which you are going to get at least one question. Now we'll start with the presentation. So first of all, what is economics? Economics, we know that is a distribution of limited resources in a best manner. We have needs, we have demands, and to fulfill those needs or demands, we are having resources, but those resources are scarce. So how optimally we are utilizing those scarce resources, that is the part of economy, what economy decides. Now this particular point, factor of production, land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur. As per economics, it is understood that everything is made with the help of factor of production. These factor of production are land, labor, capital, and a person who is an entrepreneur. And these are the income of factor of production. Land is earning rent, labor is earning wages, capital is earning interest, and the entrepreneur is earning profit. Okay, so please remember these 2 points. What are the factor of production and what are the income of factor of production? Because suppose if we take an example, suppose we are making a machinery. Okay, for the making of machinery, we need some place to make that machinery. So we need to have land. We need some labor who is going to do the work. We need some capital to start the work, and entrepreneur who is the person taking up the initiative. So everything, whatever we can imagine can be produced, or the services that can be given, is attributed to these 4 factors of production: land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur. And they earn rent, wage, interest, and profit. So when we talk about national income, we can say, suppose I have made a machinery. Okay, for that I have paid 10 rupees as a land, rent of the land, 10 rupees as a labor, 10 as a capital, and 10 as a profit. 40 rupees is the cost of my machinery. So either I can say that the production cost is 40 rupees, or I can say, since I have paid this 10 rupees, 10 rupees as a rent, 10 rupees as wages, 10 rupees as interest, and 10 rupees as a profit. So I can also say that the income of the factor of production is also rupees 40. I am producing and the other is earning. This is, thirdly, we can say, if I am producing something out of land, labor, capital, and enterprise, these 10 rupees per part, I am incurring as an expenditure also. This is my expense because I'm manufacturing a machinery. I'm paying rent, that is my expense. I'm paying labor, that is my expense. I'm paying interest, that is my expense. And as entrepreneur, we know separation of business identity. then again that is my expense. So we can say that whatever the cost of production is, in ideal situation, whatever cost of production is, it is equal to the expenditure incurred, which is again equal to the income of the factor of production. This is known as, I'll just show, national income identity, where we say national income is equal to national expenditure is equal to national output. Now we have to understand what are the players in an economy. When we talk about economy, who are the main people who constitute that economy? First is the business. If we are talking about the business, business includes each and every person who is in any way producing anything. We are not talking only about the companies, we are not talking about the factories. Even if a farmer is producing crops, he is a producer, and he'll be termed as, he will be in the category of the business. If someone is doing the say someone is teacher, I'm teaching you, I'm also in the category of the business because I'm giving some service. So business means the producers of goods and services. Okay. Then the second player is the household, which we call as consumers. Business is producing something and household is consuming those things. Okay. When household is consuming something, obviously it is not going to consume it without bearing any cost. So they are giving the payments, goods and services for consumption. They are giving goods and services, and in return, they are giving something to the business, which is almost equivalent to the cost of these goods and services used. Then third player is the government. What the government do? It takes taxes from the business, whosoever is producing, it is taking taxes and doing the spending. It is also giving opportunity to this business to earn revenue, and it is charging taxes. So vice versa, it is going. Government is taking something and government is giving something. They are giving contracts, they are giving opportunities. So that is the part of government spending. And when we talk about the household, again, government is taking the taxes and it is giving the transfer payment. Now, transfer payment is again an important concept. It means that government is giving something to someone for which it is not getting anything in return. That means, for example, if we say that old age pensions or unemployment allowances, government is giving, but whether it is getting something in return, no. So those categories of things for which government is paying something, but in return it is not getting anything, those are said as transfer payments. So basically these are the three players: business, government, and household. These are the producers, these are the consumers, and government is regulating them. Then there are financial institutions from whom all this money related factors are just, you can say, being floated in an economy. And then is the central bank, which is determining how and what should be the amount of the money that should exist in an economy. That we will study how the central bank decides in monetary policy. Okay. So till now it is clear. And then there is an outside world. We are talking about a country, then there is an outside world with which this country is trading, and it is doing either export or import and generating some revenue or giving out some revenue. Till here, everything is clear? Good. Now, economy can be divided into two parts: microeconomics and macroeconomics. When we are talking about at a unit level, individual or a small business or a company, then we are talking about microeconomics. Means we are talking something at a micro level. How, suppose I'm talking about myself, if I want to decide what should be my investment portfolio, how should I should manage my money, that all comes into microeconomics. But when we are talking about macroeconomics, we are talking about country at large, how an economy should work. And obviously macroeconomics is made up of microeconomics. So study of decisions of countries and governments looks at economy as a whole bit and is top to bottom approach and used to craft economic and physical policy. When this macroeconomics, through macroeconomics, we decide how microeconomics is going to work. We decide the tools, how we have, what decisions we have to take, whether we have, whether there is too much inflation. Inflation is due to excess money supply. Now, what are the tools we have to do? How we are going to control the price rise? How we are going to control the unemployment? These all are decided by the macroeconomic policies. So in this sessions, we are going to study about the macroeconomics. Macroeconomics is a branch of economy that studies how an overall economy, the market system that operates on a large scale, and it studies economy-wide phenomena such as inflation, price levels, rate of economic growth, national income, GDP, and changes in employment. Now, these are the two theories. These are basically the theoretical part. That earlier it was held that the classical theory holds that price, wages, and rates are flexible and markets are clear, and there is no role of the government. It was a prior thought that macroeconomics exists on its own and government in any way cannot interfere in it. But later on, after 1930s, it was felt that no, government has an active role in macroeconomic policies. These are again theoretical parts. Now, national income. As I said, that national income is an uncertain term which is used interchangeably with national dividend, national output, and national expenditure. Now, as I said, that national income is the value of all the goods and services. When we are talking about the monetary value of all the goods and services produced within an economy in a particular financial year. Okay. Now, as we said that, as I told you, that how we can correlate the production, the expenditure, and the income. In a standard defined economy, whatever we are doing as a product, whatever we are producing is equal to the amount of expenditure incurred in that production, which is again equal to the amount that has been earned by the factor of production. So national income accounting is a bookkeeping system that a government uses to measure the level of the country's economic activity in a time period. National income is defined as the total value of country's final output of all new goods and services. Now, new goods and services. It says that suppose we are talking about goods and services. I have a car. Okay. Now I am reselling that car. Will it be considered in national income? No, because it has already been accounted last year. Last year I purchased, this year I'm selling. So while we are computing the national income, we are only taking about the first is the final output and second is the new goods. Final output means, for example, suppose we are talking about the production of wheat. Okay, we are producing wheat. If that is wheat, that wheat is as such being used by the ultimate consumer, then it is a final product. But if that wheat is the input for making bread, then that is not a final product. So we will not take into account, because already when the bread will be produced, we will take that into national income. So it will be a double counting. So first thing is that we have to consider all the final output, and it should be new goods and services. Okay. Now this is national income identity, which I said that national income is equal to national expenditure is equal to national product. As I said that if you are making a machinery, whatever cost of production is there, that is my expenditure also, and the same amount is being earned by the factor of income. So national income is equal to national expenditure is equal to national output. In India, the national income estimation is the responsibility of CSO, Central Statistics Organization, which is under the Ministry of Central Statistical Program Implementation. GDP, I have already told. Now, since we now know what is national income, so national income is accounted in terms of NNP, net national product. So is that clear, or do I need to explain it again? It is clear? This I have prepared a flowchart. This is GDP, from where we started, gross domestic product. That means,
Excuse me, in the previous example,
yes,
can you, the value of GNP, is it coming 22? See, American, if you see
yes.
Mr. C, an American in India, he is earning 3,000 rupees in India.
Just a minute, sir. Maybe there might be some calculation mistake.
Yeah.
We are talking about GNP.
Yeah, gross national product.
Yes.
So net factor income from abroad in this case is 4,000.
Yes.
So 15 plus 4 comes to 19,000.
So this equation is about the relation of GNP and GDP. If we see GDP, first part, okay, this is 10,000, which is earned by Mr. A in India. Then this is 5,000, again Mr. A in India. And C
Yeah.
is American in India. He's earning 3,000. This is 18,000, okay? Because these are being earned in India. Now, when we are talking about GNP, we are taking 10,000, 5,000 and 7,000. This is the second stage. Now, this I have just shown to give you the relation between these two. GDP is already 18,000 we have calculated, plus 7,000 minus 3,000 is equal to 4,000. This 7,000 which I am receiving in India and 3,000 which I am sending out of India. The differential is 4,000, which is being added to GDP to come across the same figure, 22,000, which is here also 22,000.
No, but madam, in this what is happening is the 3,000 is first added then reduced. When you calculate the GNP, that 3,000 effect is nullified. So perhaps it has to be 10 plus 15 plus 4,000.
So same is there, na? 7,000 minus 3,000 is equal to 4,000. That's what I have mentioned here.
That's okay, but 18,000 is inclusive of 3,000, which is getting nullified when you subtract it.
So we have to reduce. We have to reduce 3,000, na? 3,000 we have to reduce it because it is being earned. Yes.
No, there is a confusion that whatever a person outside India, the person who is basically a foreigner and earning income in India, and a person who is an Indian who is earning income abroad, the net factor income in this case is the net of 7,000 minus 3,000.
4,000, right?
Right, and whatever the Indians have earned in India, the GDP, it should be 10 plus 5 then. 15 plus 4.
No, sir. That's I agree. But here we have already calculated GDP by first formula. Now we are trying to find out a formula for connecting GDP to GNP. That's
okay,
why so sir, how
no,
if I...
No, it means that always a person who is earning in India, okay, who is a foreigner and earning in India, his income is a part of your domestic income.
Yes.
Then what is the purpose of net factor income from abroad? When we add net factor income from abroad to GDP, so then what does it mean actually? Because already the 3,000 is included in GDP.
No, sir. This is 18,000. Okay. I am reducing this figure from this 18,000 only, na?
No, I agree. But 18,000, what you have arrived, is inclusive of the 3,000 which American has earned in India.
Then I have reduced also, na? I have reduced it also.
No, that's okay, madam. But what is the impact of net factor income from abroad?
Net factor income from abroad is the total incoming to the country.
Correct.
Okay. GDP we have already in GDP. See what happened. I understand what is confusing you. Again, I'll tell. GDP is something which is being earned in India within the domestic boundaries of India, geographical boundaries of India. GNP is something which is earned by the nationals of a country. Okay? These 2 points are very clear. When we are talking about GDP, we are taking all these three factors, 18,000. When we are talking about GNP, these two factors are common. And now I'm not taking this 3,000, I'm taking the 7,000 figure. It is 22,000, right? Now, what I am trying to, it's fine. Till now, point is okay. As you said, we don't need to include in India. But when you have to find a relation between relation between GNP and GDP. So, sir, you will take the GDP only, na? Because you're trying to find out the relation.
Agreed,
now,
madam,
GDP is there. This figure, we can say 7,000 minus 3,000 is the net factor income from abroad, NFIA, which is called as NFIA. That is an adjustment to the GDP to come to GNP. How, if I reduce the GDP, 18,000, if I'll reduce 3,000 from this figure, 18,000 figure, then it is not a GDP, na, sir? I am making adjustments to the GDP. From GDP, I am reducing what is being taken outside India and I'm adding what is being earned into India. If the difference I talk about both the terms, that is the net factor income from abroad. Whatever I'm receiving in India and whatever I'm sending outside India, I'm defining a difference and adding to the GDP. That is my GNP.
Basically, madam, here what is happening is, like A and B, the income earned by A and B, 15,000. Okay. Time being, let us keep aside C and D. C and D are foreigners. Okay. The American who is earning in India 3,000, he will take money 3,000 from India. And the Indian who is earning in America, he will bring 7,000 to India. So what is the net income coming to India?
It's 4,000.
4,000. So what is, yes, what is your total income of India? If you see, the total income of India is not 22. What you have in your hand, cash flow. If you see by the cash flow also, it is 10 plus 5 plus 4 only. You can't say that you have 22,000. You have only 19,000 in your hand.
Sir, you are confusing me. Let me check again. Maybe I'm right.
Okay.
Okay. We are having, I'll seek some other inputs also.
Okay.
Let me check it again, cross check, because maybe while writing figures, there is some confusion.
Okay, let us go forward. Let us go forward.
Chalo, I'll check it out again. 10,000 plus 5, 18,000. This is the GDP. 10, 5 and 3. Okay. Now, when we are talking about GNP, 10 plus 5 plus 7, 22,000. Okay. These two figures are clear. Is it okay? Now, when we are calculating the GNP, we are making some adjustments to GDP. We are not calculating the final figure. We are making adjustments to the GDP to find a connection. If we have been given that this is the figure of GDP and now you have to find a GNP, what we have to do? We have to find the net factor income. This is GDP. Some adjustments has been made to the GDP. That is 7,000 minus 3,000, which is net factor income from abroad. Whatever we are sending to abroad and whatever we are receiving from abroad, that we have found the difference and we are adding to this amount, to the GDP. Okay. So gross domestic product.
One question here, the previous slide. What is the definition of Indian in America? Is it
no, so just yes. And even it is not as per FEMA guidelines, not as per RBI guidelines. We are simply talking about someone who is an Indian, who's a citizen of India.
Even if he's a citizen of America, but he doesn't have a citizenship of India, even that is considered Indian American.
No. We are talking about nationals who are citizens of India.
Okay, that's a citizen of India.
Yes,
criteria. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, this have they given the flowchart when there is a GDP and when we are adding GDP to when we are adding net factor income from abroad, we are coming to GNP. And GNP means that is NFIA means factor income from abroad minus factor income to abroad. GNP minus depreciation, we are coming as NNP, that is called as national income, which is national income at factor cost. And national income at factor cost plus indirect taxes minus the subsidies given by the government is the NNP at market price. So many times you get that GDP at market price, you have to convert in NNP at factor cost. So you have to just keep these rules in mind that whenever you are having a figure which calls for net, then you have to reduce the depreciation, or in case you have to calculate some value gross, then you have to add depreciation. Similarly, domestic to national conversion, there is a factor of NFIA, and factor cost to market price, we have the net indirect taxes. That means indirect taxes minus the subsidies. So there are many times you are supposed to find a formula that what should be added to NNP to arrive at GDP, or what should be reduced. What is the formula? So if you are having these concepts clear, you can accordingly frame your formula instead of learning all the particulars. Then this is the stock and flow concept. Same as you know, stock is something which is being measured at a particular time, as we say about the balance sheet and profit and loss. the production of the products and services which we measure at a particular point of time, that is the stock. And when we calculate the same during a particular period, then it is a flow. Types of goods in economy, we just discussed. There are final goods and then there are intermediate goods. Final goods are those goods which are being used for the ultimate consumer. As we talked about wheat, that if wheat is there and it is being used for ultimate consumption, then it is in final goods. If the same in wheat is used for an intermediate input for a bread, making bread or something like that, then it would be an intermediate good. Then there are three methods, as we said, that discuss that national income can be measured either by way of calculating the incomes of the factors of production or finding the value of all the products that has been produced during a financial year. So that is an output method. That means the value of the production. And third is the expenditure method. Whatever we have incurred as an expenditure, if we add up all those expenses, then it will also amount to national income. So these are the three methods. Either find all the sources of income to all the factors of income, add everything, or find all the value, whatever gross values you have made, and find the value of production or the expenses. Gross domestic product, it is the final value of products and services produced within the geographic boundaries of a country within a time period. And again, three methods are there. Same three methods if we are measuring GDP also, because NNP, whatever we are calculating as a national income, it starts its flow from the GDP only. So again, those same three methods are being used. In calculating GDP, following are excluded: value of intermediate goods, since it would bring repetition, then transfer payments, then second-hand goods, and then goods dealt in parallel economy. Okay. Ways of measuring GDP, I've already discussed. Now, these are some points which you have to remember for the purpose of the exam. That's why I pointed it separately. GDP at market price is equal to GDP at factor cost plus indirect taxes minus subsidies. So I think GDP at factor cost you have been able to understand, right? If we are producing something in a factory, till that time only the factors of production are being involved. We are not yet interacted with outside world. We are not yet interacting with the government. So once it comes to the out of the factory, indirect taxes are being imposed and subsidies we are getting, if any. So that is the GDP at market cost. Factor cost means cost of factors of production. Then real GDP. If we are talking about say, as we know, there is always an inflation. So if we're saying that a value which was 10 rupees in the year 2006 is the same value at 2020 also? No. So if we are finding any GDP with reference to a base year price, we are finding something at a base year, then that is the real GDP. It refers to the current year production of goods and services valued at base year prices. Such base years are called as constant price. And nominal GDP, if simply we are measuring the same year's GDP. GDP growth rate is the growth in GDP from quarter to quarter. GDP per capita means GDP per person in the national populace. It is usual to compare GDP data between two countries. What a citizen or a per capita income is there, that is measured as GDP per capita. Net domestic product, when we are reducing the depreciation, we are finding the NDP. In India, GDP is measured at market price and the base year for the computation is 2011 and 12. Gross national product we have already discussed. When we are talking about yes?
In the previous slide,
yes,
the real GDP, you have mentioned that it has to be at a base year price.
Yes.
Whereas the nominal GDP you are saying at current year price.
Simply, if you are calculating, yes.
No, it has to be, I think, otherwise. The nominal GDP is considered to be at a base year and real GDP has to be at current price.
Sir, but this is the terminology being used. Real GDP means actual. What are you getting? That is the real GDP, because you are measuring something with a base year.
Anyway, so we'll see.
Okay. Sir. But this is the terminology that is being used. I can't help it. So, yes. We have already discussed, this is the NNP. GNP minus depreciation is the net national product. Then these are again the terminologies. Personal income. Personal income is the amount that is being earned by the individuals of a country. So the formula is that national income, personal income is national income plus transfer payments. As I discussed, this is the national income, that is the value of goods and services that are being produced in a country. But in that, we have to add transfer payment, because we are talking about the personal income of a citizens of a country, of a nationals of the country. So the government is giving some transfer payment. As I told, that there are some payments out of which are being given by the government, but the government is not getting any goods or services in return. Those are the transfer payments. So that is being added to the national income. And corporate retained earning, corporate income tax, social security tax, etc. are being reduced, because that is not coming in the hand of individual. So that is the personal income. And when we again reduce direct taxes, then it is the disposable income, because already we are getting something, we are getting X amount, we are paying something. So what I have at my disposal, that is the net of indirect taxes. Then per capita income, total national income, it is divided by the total national population. Then real NNP for the current year into base year index divided by current year index. Transfer payment I have already explained. Now these are the some important types of terms used in economics. Primary deficit. This is the physical. First we'll say what is physical deficit. This is the total expenditure of the government minus total receipts except loan and other liabilities. These are the definitions. So you have to remember as such. They will ask what is included in physical deficit. What is the budget deficit? Budget deficit is total expenditure minus total receipts, because always there is a government is expending more than the income. So mostly it is in deficit. Then we are talking about the physical deficit. Then it is total expenditure minus receipts except loans and other liabilities which are on the government. So that is the physical deficit. If we again from the physical deficit we reduce the interest payment, then it is the primary deficit. So these are the terminologies which you have to remember for the purpose of exams. Only I have incorporated it. Okay. Then again, transfer payment we have already discussed. Capital goods, those are goods which are used for future production process. Intermediate good we have already discussed. Final goods, stock. Then GDP deflator. Price index, which is calculated by dividing the nominal GDP in a given year by the real GDP. How much times the current price is being inflated, sorry. That is how we measure the GDP by the using GDP deflator. So nominal GDP divided by the real GDP into 100. Then there are economic indicators. Economic indicators are of three types. Suppose there is as we say that, suppose when a tsunami comes, there are some indicators before coming of tsunami. There will be a complete silence, the sea is going backside. So those are the indicators which are leading indicators, which are called as leading economic indicators. They are telling us something about what is going to happen. Coincident, which is coming along with that particular economic event, and lagging, which is following that economic event. If we are talking about tsunami only, suppose sea is just receding, we say that this is the leading economic indicator. Now, along with tsunami, there is a lot of sea components are coming out. They are along with the tsunami. So that is a coincident indicator. After tsunami, whatever is left, lots of destruction and everything, that is a lagging economic indicator. So these are the ways in which economic indicators exist in an economy. These are the interrelationship that I have also taken from some website only, just to make you understand, and quick review for the same things which we have discussed, the interrelationship between the different terms. So that is the part of our national income. So in that, mostly you are getting what is national income, what are the GDP, GNP, connection between GDP and GNP. You have to remember all the formulas. And sir, mathematical pe mat jana, just remember the formulas. Because that is the formula which has been given under the economics. That if you are calculating the GDP, if you are calculating net amount, then obviously our answer is going to be wrong, because we are calculating in terms of GDP. Okay. Now this is the business cycle. Now what the economic activity happens. there is always, it says that always we have a saturation point. Ghada bhar jata hai, it says. So similarly is the business cycle. Business cycle is a fluctuation in the GDP around its long-term natural growth. It happens naturally. At particular economic activity, it will start, it will take a leap, it will go up, then again it will come down, come to a normal level, again just it will go more low, then again it will start recovering. So this wave type structure comes. This is the business cycle. The time period to complete this sequence is called the length of the business cycle, and it is also used as an economic indicator. These are the just theoretical part. You can just have, you can just check it out. Now, what are the reasons of business cycle? Why this business cycle happens? It is because of the forces of demand and supply, movement of GDP, availability of capital, and expectation about the future. This is a natural phenomena. You cannot help it. If you want that the business cycle should not happen, that is not possible. Only the tool in the hand of the government is to manage it. This is a natural phenomena. It has to happen. Now, phases of business cycle, if we talk about like this is the baseline. Now, when there is expansion, it is going upwards. It is reaching a peak level. Now it is receding. Again, the economic activity is getting slowed down. Then it will start into depression phase, very slow, and then it will hit the bottom, the worst phase of a business cycle. Then there will be a recovery process. Once it recovers, then there will be an expansion process. Then again, it will reach to the peak, and then again, recession will start. And same way, the business cycle continues. This is the business cycle. When we study about the physical and monetary policy, what the government does is, since it is this natural phenomena, no one can stop, the government just uses the tools of monetary and physical policy to manage these situations. So expansion, peak, contraction, recession, trough. These are the different phases. Peak is the highest point, trough is the lowest point. And then there is a recovery and recession, expansion, and all those phases. Expansion, when we are having expansion, there is an increase in employment, economic growth, and rise in price. When we have reached the peak, everything is at its highest. Countries having full employment, maximum output, all the best things. But there will be an inflation stage. Once that inflation stage has started, the again economy will start slowing down. And then the growth reduces, employment declines, pricing pressures subsidize. Then there is a recession, high unemployment, negative economic growth, real output falls, and then there is a trough. That means it hits the bottom most part. Now, there is a real business cycle theory which says that phases of business cycle is due to technology shocks. This is again a theoretical part. And technology shock include innovation, bad weather, stricter safety regulations. This is a theory which is defining the real business cycle theory. And it says that reasons are technology shock, and technology shock includes these three factors. Then there is a yield curve. Yield curve, again, just we don't need to go into much detail. It is just the expectation, how the economy is going to perform. Suppose a person buys a bond. Obviously, he's buying bond because he's seeing something in future. There is a foresee of the future that, okay, economy is going to rise, I'll get more money, I'm going to get more returns and all those things. So when the normal curve, yield curve is there, when the bond investor expects economy to grow at a normal pace, without significant change in rate of inflation or major interruption in available credits. Then when there is a steep yield curve is generally found at the beginning of the economic expansion, because this is an expansion process. I'm expecting the economy will grow very good. So I'm expecting a high returns. So the yield curve goes high. Inverted curve, when the economy may soon start to, the downfall has to start. Then there will be an inverted curve. And flat curve, economic slowdown and lower interest rate following a period of flattening curve. Initially it is going high, but now it is again flattening. So these are the types of curves. Example, this is the normal curve. This is the steep curve. This is the inverted curve. And this is the humped curve. It is rising and then it is going to a flattened stage. Now, this is again a concept of BCG matrix, how business works. Again, a theory. This BCG matrix is a theory. It is divided, all products and services are market is divided into 4 categories. First is the star, then there is a question mark, then there is a dog phase, and then there is a cow phase. From here, we are talking about the market growth. This is the lowest market growth, and this is the highest market growth. And then this is the market share of a particular product, low to high. Sorry. By virtue of this BCG matrix, an organization decides, suppose it is having a kitty of 10 type of products. It will decide what product it has to invest more and what invest it has to discard off. So for that purpose, determining that product, the BCG matrix is being used. When there a product lies in this category, that means market share is high and growth potential is high. It is considered as a star. That means high growth potential and high market share. When it is in this stage, then there is potential is high. You know that in future it will go up, but right now the market share is very low. So you have to invest more and more in this. Cash cow means you have already attained a level and now you don't have much thing to get. Means it is like, Kamdhenu guy. It is going to give milk whatsoever you are doing. You have reached a level, no more growth is required. No more growth, the prospects are there, but you're generating cash. You're getting good share out of the market. And this dog, that means low growth potential as well as the low market share. So usually this is for disposing of. These type of the products which are in this category, the organization tries to get rid of it. In this question, it comes that what does the star in BCG matrix represent, or what is a cash cow in BCG matrix? So just 4 things you have to remember, that what means what. They will ask that star category means high growth potential and low market share, or a low growth potential, low market share. Like this, they will give 4 options and you have to identify what the star means. So just 4 things you have to remember. Other is the GE McKinsey matrix. Again, it is to be decided. 3 decisions are taken, whether to hold it or harvest it, that means to get rid of, or to invest more in the product and grow it. So this is again 3 decisions are taken. Products are divided into these 3 categories. This is the industry attractiveness and market unit strength. So these are again the theory parts. Just you have to have a brief idea how these matrix, what are the terminologies used in matrix. You're not going to get a question or a numerical or something like out of it. Just the theoretical part you have to understand. So this is all about the national income part. Is this clear, sir? Raman sir? It's okay? Because I have to be a bit quick because 1.5 hours I have been assigned, and I have to take the physical policy, monetary policy, both. And then we have to go to SEBI guidelines. That's why I'm just running after.
Yeah, that's okay.
It is clear, right?
In
case any confusion.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sir. So next part is physical and monetary policy. So as we know that macroeconomics, as we discussed, that macroeconomics deals with the policy making. We have seen that there are business cycles, there are the situations. Earlier, it was believed that government has no role in managing these hits and troughs of the business cycle. But after in 1930, there was a severe economic depression, and then it was realized that no, with the effort of government, things can be managed. So the microeconomic policy goals are employment, output, price stability, national income, balance of payment stability. Now there are 2 tools, monetary policy and physical policy. We'll first have an understanding what are the difference between these 2 tools. Monetary policy is the policy which is being decided by the central bank. Okay, that in our case it is RBI. Physical policy is a tool in the hand of the government. So both work in consensus with each other. Ultimate purpose is only one, to control. Main thing is to control the supply of money in the market, because money, when there is excess money, there will be an inflation, price will rise, the purchasing power will increase. When purchasing power will increase, the demand will increase. When the demand will increase, the cost will rise. And in that case, it leads to the inflationary situation. So both the purpose of policies of these two ways, monetary policy as well as the physical policy, is mainly to control the inflation, because every other thing, unemployment is related to inflation, price rise, again inflation, everything, every economic situation is mainly related to the inflation. So physical policy is a tool of the government, Ministry of Finance, primarily concerned with taxing and spending, and central bank is the monetary policy maker. Its role is the interest and supply of money. So what the physical policy does? Now, suppose we are talking about the government. Government has mainly two tools in its hand. One is the taxation, one is the revenue, earning and expenditure. Source of earning is taxation. Source of spending is the mode of spending is called as the expenditure of the government. We will discuss how it is using these two tools. And what is in the hand of government? It is the interest rate and supply of money. It is controlling how much money should be infused in an economy, how the rates are to be controlled. They are the tools with which they are playing to control the overall economy. Fiscal policy is a policy under which the government uses its expenditure and revenue programs to produce desirable effect and avoid undesirable effects on the national income production and employment. Purpose of both the policies is same: demand of goods and services, employment, inflation, and economic growth. Now, there are three types of policies: physical policy, contractionary, expansionary, and neutral. When the government undertakes contractionary policy, when the market situation is not very good, there is a slowdown. When there is a lot of inflation, in that case, the contractionary will be done. The government will try to contract it. Now, a government undertakes to pay government debts and control inflation. Inflation is very high and it wants to control the inflation. In that case, contractionary policy will be used. In this, government spending is lower than revenue and taxes are high. Now, suppose there is a lot of supply of money in the market. Now, the government wants to reduce it, because unless and until the purchasing power of the consumer is reduced, you are not able to control the inflation. Okay. In that case, the government will raise the tax. Tax will be increased. The disposable income will be decreased. Money in the hand of the ultimate consumer will be less. So the inflation can be controlled. This is the first tool. Now, expenditure is lowered. First, we understand how the increase of expenditure is related to expansionary. If we talk about expansionary policy, I'll just explain after explaining this, why government spending is lower. If in this situation of expansionary physical policy, that means there is a slowdown in the economy, growth is less, and now the government wants to take up measures which will expand the economy. Government expenditure increase and tax is reduced. Obviously, the government wants to increase the income in the hand of the consumers. It will reduce the taxes. If I'm having less tax, the disposable income is increased, my purchasing power is increased. Now about government expenditure. When you must have heard that many times when the economy is not working very good, government starts many type of works. It will start construction of roads, dams, or schools, buildings, everything. What is the purpose of that? When the government is undertaking a project, that project is expenditure of the government. By that, obviously some contractors will come into picture. Government is not going to itself construct the dams, so it will hire the contractor. When the contractor will come in, they will hire the labor. When the labor is also coming, they need the raw materials. So by increasing its own expenditure, the government is stimulating the economy. People are getting job. The business persons are getting orders now. Cement companies getting orders, iron suppliers are getting orders. So for that, when I'm as an industrialist, I have orders for cement, I'll definitely buy some plant and machinery to increase my production. So that plant and production persons also, his turnover is increasing. I need labor, I'll hire more people. So that is the purpose why government undertakes more expenditure during expansionary policy. And reverse is here. If I want to slow down the economy, the government will reduce its expenses. When the expenses are reduced, then obviously the ultimate income in the hand of the consumer will be reduced, and the inflation can be controlled. And the neutral is when everything is fine, everything is going normal, neither expansionary nor contractionary. It is a neutral policy, which is very rare. So this is clear, the types of fiscal policy and how it is being managed.
Yeah.
Now there is a crowding out effect. Suppose the intention of the government is to to do the expansion, but sometimes a counter effect arises. Like expansionary fiscal policy has been taken by the government and it has increased the expenses. Obviously, government is sometimes not having sufficient funds, so the government will borrow funds to fill the deficit. This will, since the government is borrowing, the interest rate will increase. When the interest rate will increase, the person who are doing the investments, means the business persons, they will getting money at higher level. So what they will do, they will reduce their investment activities. So the purpose of expansionary fiscal policy was to stimulate the growth, but it had a reverse effect. People stopped from investing because interest rates grew higher. So in that case, a counterpart of the fiscal policy, its second part is the monetary policy. So RBI will come into the picture and see what is the deficiency between these situations. And if it sees that, okay, the interest rate is rising, then RBI will change its policies and reduce the interest rate, or it will infuse more money in the market. Supply of money will be increased. So that is basically crowding out effect. That effect of one policy is going negative and it is being compensated by the second policy. That is the crowding out effect. So objectives are same for both the policies: optimum allocation of economic resources, equitable distribution of wealth and income, maintain price stability, promotion and maintenance of full employment. As we discussed, instruments are basically budget, taxation policy, public expenditure, public work, and public debt. Public work means inclusion of roads and railways. As we said, the government is doing the public expenditure on the public works. Public expenditure at time of inflation should be reduced. Then transfer payment, I've already discussed that this is something out of which the government is not getting anything. So those are the transfer payments. Now public debt. In case the government is in deficit, it borrows money. That is the debt of the government. It sometimes borrows from the non-bank public. Advantages in inflationary position, undesirable in depression. Now how? Suppose the government wants to borrow money. Okay. Now it decides that, and it's simultaneous, it sees that there is an inflationary situation in the country. Lot of money is there. Now the government will issue bonds. When the government is issue bonds, everyone knows that government bonds are very safe. People will park fund in those bonds. Government has got the money and the excess money from the system has been absorbed. So in that case, it is very advantageous in inflationary situation. So when there is an inflationary situation and government needs money, it usually borrows from the non-bank public. Again, for borrowing from banking system, desirable only in depression. Borrowed money is spent on public work programs. So government is borrowing money from the banks and it is using, because already the banks are also not having many good business. It is a situation of depression. There is no demand of money. So government is boosting the banks also, as well as it is spending on public work programs by which the general public is getting the work. Drawing from the treasury, this is slightly inflationary. That means there is a reserve of the government from where it is drawing some money. It does not have much effect. And printing of money, it is highly inflationary, also known as deficit financing. So you are in deficit and you are asking RBI to print more and more money. The more money is printed, more money is brought into circulation, more inflation will be caused. So these are the ways by which government is borrowing and its impact on the inflation or deflation situation. Then these are the type of budget, just a brief of it. Annual balanced budget, when everything is balanced, but it is not acceptable after 1930s. It says that no, a balanced budget is usually of more of a theoretical sort. Then there is a cyclical budget, cyclically managed budget, or it is also known as Swedish budget, in which there is a surplus in the prosperous period, which is used for the works in depression period. You are getting surplus and you are using finishing it off. And then there is a fully managed compensatory budget. It plays emphasis on the full employment and price stability. These are the taxation policies. Again, we have already discussed how the personal disposable income is increased and how it is decreased. Same concept which we're discussing earlier, why the government is increasing the tax and why the government is reducing the taxes. Extra taxes in case of anti-inflationary policy, extra taxes are also imposed to wipe off excess purchasing power. I have to reduce the money, whatsoever money excess supply is in market. To control inflation, I have to just wipe off all those surplus money. And the best tool in the hand of the government is to lay the tax. Increase the tax rates, impose some additional taxes, so the excess money will just get back to the government. Then these are some budgetary terms: revenue expenditure, which neither creates assets nor creates which neither create asset nor reduces liability. Capital expenditure, this is again a theoretical, though it is not part of that, but I have included it because sometimes you are getting questions out of it. Capital expenditure, whenever there is a sort of, suppose you are getting a question in your exams that whether this is a capital expenditure or a revenue expenditure, then you have to determine according to it. The capital expenditure, which is creating asset or reducing the liability. Suppose the government is doing some expenditure on construction of a dam. It is creating an asset. That means it comes into capital expenditure. Or reducing the liability. Government is doing some expenditure. It has taken some loans. Some foreign loans have been taken by the government, and it is doing the expenditure to reduce that loan. So the liability is being reduced. So the expense would be capital expenditure. And the reverse will be for the capital receipts, which either creates liability or reduces asset. Out of these 4 points, you're getting questions. They will tell that, okay, the government is doing this. Now, what type of expense it is, or what type of receipt it is. If a capital receipt is there, which is creating liability, government is receiving some funding from, say, World Bank, then it would be treated as a capital receipt. Or reducing asset, the government is disinvesting something. So the amount received is a capital receipt because the asset is being reduced. Now, these are the type of deficit. We have already discussed few in the previous slides. Now we come to the monetary policy. So fiscal policy is clear. Fiscal policy, again, I'll just give a quick recap. Fiscal policy is a tool in the hand of the government. Mainly two modes are there: the revenue expenditure and the taxation. By using this, when there is a surplus money in the economy, that means when there is an inflation, then the government will try to curb it, and at that time it will use the contractionary policy. Excess money supply is there, it will increase the taxes or levy new taxes, or it will reduce its own expenses. In second case, if there is a recession in the economy, then it would use the expansionary policy. In that case, it will reduce the taxes and increase its own expenditure. So these are the broad tools in the hand of the government. Now, if we talk about the monetary policy is something which is laid down by the Reserve Bank of India. Okay, purpose is again the same. Way of doing is different. Purpose is again to maintain high employment, economic growth, price stability, interest rate stability, financial market stability, stability in foreign exchange market. Purpose of both the policies are same. sorry. But how the monetary policy is achieving those purpose, the RBI has some different tools in its hand. It is having the rate control, key rates in its hand, repo rate and reverse repo rate, open market operation, bank rates, reserve requirements, market stabilization scheme, marginal standing facility. We'll just discuss all these. Now we are talking about the reverse rate and reverse repo rate. Repo rate is the rate at which RBI is giving funds to the banks. And reverse repo is something the bank is having some surplus fund and it is parking those extra funds to the RBI. The interest which the RBI is giving is the reverse repo rate, and the interest which the RBI is charging is the repo rate. So these are the basically two type of rates. Repo rate is the rate at which RBI lends to banks, and reverse repo rate at which RBI borrows from the bank. Now, how the RBI is using these tools? Suppose RBI has increased the repo rate. When it is increasing the rate, the banks will be forced to borrow less. I was being charged at 10%, now I'm being charged at 12%. So the banks will think that, okay, let's borrow less. When they are borrowing less, they're having less money in their hand. When they are less money in the hand, the money supply is being reduced in the market because the flow in the economy of the money is also reduced because the money has been more with the RBI and less has been borrowed by the bank. Similarly, in this case, so we can say that in case of inflation, usually the rates are increased by the RBI to reduce the money supply. Reverse is in case of the situation when there is a recession in the economy. It will decrease, then more borrowings will be by bank and the banks will be lending more, and the increase in the economic system will be more. More money will be induced in the economic system. Same is the case with the reverse repo rate. Increase in reverse repo rate, again, banks are getting more amount, more interest rate from the RBI. So what they will do, instead of lending to the consumers, they will park their excess fund with the RBI to earn more interest. When they are parking their funds with the RBI, the cash in hand of the bank will be reduced, and accordingly the money supply in the market will also be reduced. So again, it is taken in the situation of inflation. And reverse is in case of decrease in reverse repo rate. Bank to deposit less funds with RBI and the money supply increases. So whenever we are increasing the repo rate or the reverse repo rate, it is basically to control the inflation. And when we are decreasing these two rates, it is more to stimulate the growth at the time of recession. Now about the open market operations. Open market operations are the sale and purchase of the government securities. Again, the purpose is, as I told, the ultimate purpose is to control the money supply. Everything, whenever situation you are getting a question, you have to just understand that what is the need of the time, whether you have to absorb the excess money or you have to release the excess money. Suppose RBI is purchasing the security. RBI is purchasing the security. It is giving money in the market. Okay. It is giving money in the market. Money supply is being increased and the demand of credit falls and the interest rate also falls because there is a extra money in the market. And when RBI is selling the securities, more and more people are tempted to buy the securities, and then they are parking their funds with RBI. Money supply is being reduced and demand for credit will increase and interest rate would also increase. Bank rate is the rate at which RBI is lending to the commercial rate banks. Again, same situations, same things are with all the times. When RBI increases the bank rate, commercial bank will also increase the lending rate. RBI is charging more rate, the banks will also increase their rate towards the consumers. The consumer will be hesitant in borrowing the money from the bank. Supply of money will be reduced. If RBI is reducing the rate, commercial bank will also reduce the rate and supply of money will increase. Now there are two more ways in which RBI is doing everything through the commercial banks. Okay, so it is having two more requirements: cash reserve ratio and statutory liquidity ratio, SLRs. As per cash reserve ratio requirement, the banks are required to separate some funds of their total deposits and park it with the Reserve Bank of India. So the hand amount of, say, suppose 100 is the deposit outstanding with the banks, and the reserve requirement or the cash reserve requirement is 20. So the ultimate amount in the hand of the bank is 80. Now, if the RBI is increasing this amount, it is saying now the reserve requirement will be 25. So now only 75 is being left. If the 75 is being left, that means supply of money is being reduced in the market. Okay, so portion of deposit with the banks, portion of deposits with deposited with RBI, CRR increases, bank less interest, bank less money interest rates, increases supply of money and reduces, and vice versa. Now the statutory liquidity ratio, again, it is a reserve requirement, but in this, they don't have to maintain the cash amount, but they have to maintain their amount in way of some investments or some government securities or bonds or whichever has been prescribed by the RBI. It is a specified securities in which the bank has to maintain its funds. Again, when the amount is increased, the disposable income in the hand of the bank will be reduced, and accordingly the supply will be reduced. And if the amount is reduced, the more liquidity will be in the hand of bank, and the overall supply in the market will be increased. Then there is a market stabilization scheme in which surplus liquidity from large capital inflow absorbed through sale of short dated government securities or treasury bills. Again, there is a lot of fund flowing in the market. So the market stabilization scheme is being used. Sale of government securities. We know that treasury bills and all those bills are being sold through the RBI only. So that is again a tool to control the money supply in the market. The fund so mobilized is kept in separate government account with the RBI. Marginal standing facility. This is almost similar to what we were discussing as the repo rate, reverse repo rate, but this is the additional. Suppose the bank is in a cash crunch, and it is borrowing something extra. So the extra amount is borrowed from the Reserve Bank by marginal standing facility. But this is a sort of penal interest. So amount of interest is very high. If the bank is increasing, RBI is increasing the rate of the lending, then again, the money supply will be reduced. So all those things, these are all the tools. Just ultimate purpose, you have to see whether the money supply is being increased or is required to be reduced. When there is an inflation, you have to reduce the money supply. When there is a recession, you have to increase the money supply. Government always acts in consonance with the RBI. They both have to decide what the government is doing, how the government, suppose government is taking government is adopting a expansionary policy, whether RBI has to counter it, or sometimes, as I told, that there is a crowding out effect. One thing is being done by the government and its impact is getting different, or the same can be with RBI. RBI is taking some measure and it's having a negative impact. So accordingly, the physical policy changes will be made. So the ultimate purpose is the same, to control the inflation and the supply of the money. Types of monetary policy, again, we have expansionary and contractionary. In expansionary monetary policy, interest rate is being reduced. When the interest rate is being reduced, people can borrow easily. When people will be able to borrow easily, then amount of money in the entire economic channel will increase, and the investments will increase, and growth will be happening. If there is a contractionary monetary policy is being adopted, that means at a time of inflation, then we have to raise the interest rate, selling government securities in open market. Both is going to absorb the money. Interest rate, if interest rate is increased, then again disposable income is less. Selling government securities, government is taking the money and issuing the security. Money supply decreases, investment decreases, and inflation is being in control. Then there's a credit creation, means expansion of bank accounts. This is just a theoretical mode that banks have to increase their liquidity, and they must pay cash to the depositor when they demand, and profitability, bank should earn interest higher. This is just how the bank should work, a guideline sort of thing. Then there's a money multiplier and quantitative easing. Again, these are the tools which are being used for assessing the overall liquidity in the market. Largest degree to which the money supply is influenced by change in the quantity of deposits. It identifies the ratio of decrease and increase in the money supply in relation to the commensurate decrease and or increase in deposits. Sorry, my throat is not well today. Having a bit problem with my throat. Now there is a small act, Physical Responsibility and Budget Management Act. I'm not sure whether it is in our syllabus or not. So I've just given an outlook of this particular act. It aims at elimination of revenue deficit and bringing down the fiscal deficit. Introduction of a transparent system of fiscal management within the country, ensuring equitable distribution of debt over the years. These are the objectives which are mainly of this FRBM Act. It says that it was mandated by the Act that the following must be placed along with the budget documents annually in the Parliament: macroeconomic framework statement, medium-term fiscal policy statement, and fiscal policy strategy statements. And it was proposed that the 4 fiscal indicators, these are the 4 fiscal indicators: revenue deficit, fiscal deficit, tax revenue, and total outstanding liability, should be projected as a percentage of GDP in the medium-term fiscal policy statement. I'm not sure whether this is much relevant or not, but I've incorporated in case something comes out of it. So that is basically our macroeconomics portion. Okay, 45 minutes for the SEBI guidelines. So I hope the things are clear.
Yeah, almost.
Almost. So just GDP, GNP, you are going to get one question out of it. One question you will getting be out of fiscal policy, and mostly one from the monetary policy. This is the broad division of the monetary policy, fiscal policy. You have to just remember that what the government is going to do at the time of inflation and at the time of recession. That's all in the physical and monetary policy. If the concept is clear, how the money is being absorbed, you have to just think that, okay, what if the government is say the government is saying that it is being said that the question is given like the government is buying securities, government is selling securities in the market. What is the situation of the market? You have to just understand that government is selling. Government is selling, then what will be the impact? It is absorbing the money. It is absorbing the money. That means there is already an existing inflationary situation, and the government is adopting a contractionary policy. So questions are coming out of it only. Okay.
Yeah.
I will just have some quick questions, else like previous time it will be. And then we will go to the guidelines.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, that GDP, GNP again. Can you
GDP, GNP, you want to understand again?
Yeah, I think that whatever Mr. Raman had pointed out, I think, yeah, there seems to be some double counting is what I also feel.
Okay,
let
me come back to the same presentation again.
I will note it down, so if you can show me the question, I can at least keep it for later research.
Pardon?
No, I'm saying at least if I see I didn't note it down at that time. If I see the question, if it's not clear, I can look at it later also. I'm saying.
This one.
Yeah.
I think if you want to note it down, this is though in my presentations. Let's, I think, chalo, yahi pe dekhte hain. Now we are having 4 situation. Okay, we are talking about 4 people. Okay. Maybe I'll get some correction out of you also. So this is Mr. A, who is in India, 10,000 rupees. Okay. This is Mr. B in India. He's earning 5,000 rupees. Mr. C in India earning 3,000, and Mr. D is earning 7,000. If we are talking about the GDP, we are doing whatsoever is happening in India, right?
Yeah.
So Mr. A is an Indian who is in India, 10,000. Mr. B is an Indian in India, 5,000. Mr. C is an American who is in India, 3,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we have earned 18,000 as GDP. Clear? Now we are talking about GNP. So we are talking about the Indians. Indian. Okay. 10,000, 5,000 and 7,000. Okay. 10,000, 5,000 and 7,000. 22,000. Till here we are clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we are trying to find out a relation between GNP and GDP.
Okay.
Okay. Now if we look back into the same question, we are taking the GDP. Okay.
Right.
GDP, we are having 18,000, we know. This 18,000 is including the income of this person.
Yes.
Okay, 3,000. Yeah. So what we have to do, we have to reduce this amount from this 18,000. Correct? So yeah. I'm reducing 3,000.
Yeah.
Now this person is earning 7,000.
Yeah.
Okay. That I'm adding to my figure.
Yeah.
Okay, 7,000 I have added. That means to the GDP. GDP is already including many things.
Yeah.
It is including income of foreigners as well. Okay. So what adjustments we are doing to GDP? In the GDP, we are reducing the amount that was earned by a foreigner in India, and we are adding amount which has been earned by an Indian who is outside India.
Correct.
Correct? Correct. So 18,000 plus 7,000 we are adding, and minus 3,000 we are doing this figure.
Okay.
Now the figure is 22,000. There is no double accounting. We are just trying to find out a formula.
Yeah.
I could have said that, okay, just do the NFIA. Probably
the confusion was regarding that 7,000, madam. Probably that 7,000 happened to be that 7 and minus 4, 3. That is the reason. 10 plus 5 plus 7 that you have divided as 20,000. The second thing is very clear. Also, GNP is equal to GDP. Now you have explained correctly. Probably that incidentally it happens to be the same moment, 7 minus 3. That was the reason. I think it should be very clear. See, any domestic product, GDP there is no confusion at all. As well as when you do it at GNP, so Indian earning abroad has to be added, whereas a foreigner by earning in India, that has to be reduced. That's all. That's very simple logic.
Yes. And this particular terminology, this 7,000 minus 3,000 is called as NFIA, net factor income from abroad. What we are getting from abroad minus what we are sending to abroad. That we are finding out the difference and adding to my GDP. Okay. Is it clear now?
Yeah. Okay. It's clear.
What has happened? So should we start with SEBI, or you want to do some MCQs?
MCQs.
MCQs. First, which ministry is responsible for calculating GDP in India?
C.
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 What base year is used to calculate per capita income in India?
2001-2.
1-2. C.
B or D?
11-12, sir. 11-12.
No. Oh,
Yeah.
2011-12.
yeah.
While calculating GDP, income generated by foreigner in a country is taken into consideration. While calculating GDP, income generated by nationals of a country outside India is taken into account. Which is correct?
A, one only.
Only.
Sorry. Second part.
Net domestic product, B.
Right. So, sir, this is a very frequent question here. You'll be getting confused in it, that if you have to convert GDP at market cost to NNP at factor cost. So you have to just cross check all the terms, GDP, NNP, compare the corresponding parts, gross to net. What you have to do, you have to, if you have to change from GDP to NNP, then first of all, first step would be you are taking the gross, you have to reduce the depreciation. Then you have to convert domestic into national. Then you have to add NFIA. Like that, you have to just incorporate the changes.
B. A, net national product. C, I think, aggregate economic activity.
Right.
Again, C.
C. C.
Expansionary fiscal policy, A. C, increased taxes. Finance Ministry, C.
Finance Ministry.
This you have to remember actually, because this is something definition part I have already stated.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So. So now, sir, we will start with SEBI regulations. In our syllabus, very selective part has been prescribed, which we have to study for the SEBI guidelines. There are, SEBI is a regulator of the capital market. Okay, so it has issued a number of guidelines in different type of matters. So for our purpose, we have to study ICDR guidelines, only 2 chapters. It is a huge, I think around 400 to 500 pages of SEBI guidelines. In fact, all guidelines are very large, and it is not actually practically possible to compile each and every point. So that to extent possible, I have acquired the important, and just you can go through the guidelines and you'll have an idea what it is. Okay, so ICDR guidelines, chapter 6A and 7. Chapter 6A deals with the exit opportunity, and chapter 7 is for preferential guidelines. Then SAST guidelines, then delisting, prohibition of insider trading, and share-based employee benefit regulations. These are the 5 regulations we have to study. First of all, you'll go to the ICDR guidelines. First thing, it is applicable to public issue after 1st April 2014. This is the applicability. Now, what happens? Why this? We are studying that the exit opportunity is to be given to the shareholders. Now, why this exit opportunity? We know whenever a company raises fund from the public, it has to issue an offer document. In offer document, everything is mentioned, that why you are raising this money, how you are going to utilize this money apart from the corporate actions and all those things. You have to state everything. Okay. Now, suppose you have taken the money and somehow now you decide that, okay, we are not going to do that particular work for which we have raised the money. We have to do something else. In whatever the situations may be, maybe economy is not permitting you, maybe some other reason. But for the purpose you have originally taken that money, now you are not going to utilize that money for that particular purpose or part of that purpose. In that case, the regulations say that, see, you went to a person, you said that, okay, I want to make a, say, township, I want to develop a township. And for that, I want money and I'm interested in, I have to just invest my money in a company which is going for township only. So now you are cheating me, na? Because I trusted you that you are going to do this work. So the regulation says that in such case, you have to give an exit opportunity to the shareholders who do not consent to your change. So an exit opportunity has to be provided. Now, it says that exit opportunity offer should be given by the promoter or shareholders. Shareholders who are in the dominance or the promoters to the dissenting shareholders in terms of section 136 of so and so Companies Act 2013. Means the shareholders who at the general meeting have dissented to the proposal. In case of change in object or variation in terms of contract referred to in the prospectus. If any term you have referred in the prospectus by virtue of which you have raised money and now you want to change it, then please take the approval of the shareholders. If the shareholders don't agree, then please return their money back. Now it says that non-applicability where no identifiable promoter or shareholder in control of issuer. Many times there may be a situation like the promoter is not identifiable. It is not identifiable who is behind all those nexus. I think Yes Bank sometimes back was in the same condition. So in that case, obviously, when you cannot identify the person, the guidelines don't apply. Dissenting shareholder means who voted against the resolution. Relevant date means, because relevant date, all the calculations in all the regulations, you will find relevant date different. So for every regulation, whenever its company is facing some situation, you have to just go through the guidelines and find the definitions. So relevant date here means date of board meeting for such variation. Sorry. And frequently traded share means shares will have the same meaning as assigned in SAST guidelines, which says that if suppose in last 12 months, today is your relevant date, go back to 12 months and find that whether the amount of shares traded of your company is 10% or more. In case yes, then your shares are frequently traded. That is the definition given in SAST guidelines. Now they say that exit offer has to be given. You have decided, okay, now you have to want to change it. You have a dissenting shareholders. Now you have to give an exit offer. Now obligation, when does the obligation arises? It is not like there are 1000 shareholders and one shareholder is saying that, okay, I don't agree to it. Now give me exit opportunity. No, there has to be some minimum, there are some minimum requirements under which you have to give an exit opportunity. It arises if dissenting shareholder comprise of at least 10% of shareholders who voted at meeting and amount to be utilized for the purpose for which offer was made is less than 75% of the amount raised. So the two conditions are, first, the minimum number of shareholders should be 10% of the total who voted at the meeting. Second, the amount of utilization. You have you issued 100 rupees by way of offer. Now you propose to you utilize less than 75%. So you propose to utilize only 60 rupees for the purpose which you mentioned in the offer document. So in that case, if these two conditions are there, then you have to give an exit opportunity. It is not like if you are having 100 rupees, then you are not using 100 out of 100. If you are using 80 also, then also the situation does not reverse. So 75%, at least 75% or less should be there. Eligibility of dissenting shareholders should be holding shares on the relevant date. That means the record date, relevant date, sorry, not record date, relevant date. And we have already discussed relevant date means the date of board meeting in which such decision was taken. That, okay, we want to amend the prospectus or we want to amend some contracts. Intimation of exit price to the public. Issuer will inform to the stock exchange and stock exchange will inform the public in 1 working day. How it is determined, we'll just discuss. Now, method of exit offer, special resolution for change in term of contract. We know whenever there is such situation, we have to, first there is a board meeting, then there is a special resolution, general meeting. In general meeting, we have to give, whenever we are holding a general meeting and passing a special resolution, we have to attach an explanatory statement. In that explanatory statement, we have to give that, okay, these are the situations in which the company is proposing to pass this resolution, and the dissenting shareholders have the right to take an exit from the company. This is very important that you have to mention, because suppose I don't know that whether I have this right or not. मुझे तो लगेगा मेरे पैसे फंस गए. My money is stuck up. Unless and until I'm aware that no, my money is not stuck up. If I don't want, I can exit also. So this is a very important condition, that you have to mention that there is an exit opportunity available to you. Then passing of special resolution has to be done. Stock exchange should be informed about, along with the list of dissenting shareholders. We know in case of listed company, each and every activity you have to inform to the stock exchange. So whenever you're passing a special resolution, you have to inform the stock exchange. You have to give the list of dissenting shareholders. You have to mention the exit price, and the stock exchange in return will inform to the public by way of publication on its website. Now the exit offer price. It is four situations are given. Basically, you can say three. One or two are common, and out of these two, A and B, there will be one situation. Accordingly, you will decide the amount of exit offer. First, it says volume weighted average price paid or payable for acquisition during 52 weeks preceding the relevant date. Okay. Second is highest price paid or payable for any acquisition during 26 weeks preceding the relevant date. Third is, if you are, these two can first find the volume weighted average price for last 52 weeks, then find the highest price during the last 26 weeks. And then if your shares are frequently traded, find out in accordance with the 10% rule, 12 months, 10%. If your share is in the category of this frequently traded shares, then find a price of the last 60 trading days. And in case of non-frequently traded shares, as determined by the merchant bankers in accordance with the valuation parameters. So just find it 1, 2, 3 highest, or 1, 2, 3 along with B highest. Whatever will be the highest, you have to pay as a offer. You have to give the exit offer of that amount to the shareholders.
Question now.
Yeah.
In the previous slide, this SEBI, they are not recognizing this registered valuers, is it? They're talking about.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir. In some regulations now they have recognized, but still many regulations they are more relying on merchant bankers and.
So exit offer, there is no role for a registered valuer.
Till now, no, but yes,
okay.
I think soon it will be recognized.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because many amendments have been made in the SEBI guidelines. There are a number of SEBI guidelines in which such changes has been made, but I think sooner or later they will convert all.
Is it all merchant bankers or is it CAs also?
Some places CAs also.
Okay.
But mostly it is merchant bankers.
Okay.
Most because the recognition under SEBI law is mostly resting with the merchant bankers. So the procedure is that a merchant banker will be appointed. Intimation will be to the stock exchange about the exit offer price. Then stock exchange will inform to the public, and then there will be an opening of the escrow account. This account is specially opened for the purpose of this repayment. Okay. So tendering period means the period in which the shareholders who have dissented, they will render their shares. So what the regulation says that before you start the tendering period, first calculate the exit the total amount which you are required to pay, taking into account the exit price. Okay, and amount that deposit that amount into escrow account, just to avoid, just to create a confidence in the public that your amount is safe. If you are it may be like the public may think ki share de diya paise nahi mile to, that may be a situation. So just to nullify that situation, now they say the tendering period should be start from not less than 7 days from resolution and remain open for 10 days. So sorry. Today a special resolution has been, general meeting has been conducted and special resolution has been passed. So not more than 7 days from today, I have to start my tendering period. Maybe after 2 days, maybe after 3 days, whatsoever I decide, but it should be within 7 days. And from the date it is open, at least 10 days time should be given to the shareholders to deposit their shares. Okay, so tendering period should be 10 days, and the should not start later than 7 days. Dissenting shareholders who have tendered shares will have option to withdraw also. Suppose initially I thought, I was very skeptical, I don't want to continue with this company, but sooner later that time I dissented, but now I think so. Kindly switch off your mics. So later on, the dissenting shareholder thinks that no, it's fine, I'm okay with it, and I don't want to now withdraw. So then he can also revise his decision, and he's permitted to withdraw from before the closure of tendering period. Then promoter shareholders in control to open an escrow account. Now, if we go but in terms of days, 7 days, we have seen that resolution within 7 days of the resolution, we have to start the tendering period. And before we start the tendering period, 2 days before that, we have to deposit the amount into escrow account. Okay, so before starting the tendering period, 2 days, at least 2 days before, we have to deposit the amount. Then after 2 days, the tendering period will start. This tendering period will remain in force for 10 days. Then make payment to the dissenting shareholders who have tendered the share within 10 days from the close of the tendering offer. Now 10 days duration has expired. Calculate all those shareholders who have tendered their share, and within 10 days, just pay off to those shareholders. File details of the share tender, payment of consideration, and post offer shareholding pattern to stock exchange within 2 working days, along with the report of merchant bank. Okay, so this is the process. You have decided the price. First of all, you are doing the board meeting, then you are doing the general meeting, giving intimation of the exit price to the stock exchange, opening the tendering period, not later than 7 days, and before you open the tendering period, 2 days prior to that, you have to deposit the amount into escrow account. Keep the tendering period open for 10 days. Then once the tendering period is over, within 10 days, you have to pay off all the shareholders and make an intimation to the stock exchange. Now, suppose in this process, as we know that maximum permissible non-public shareholding is 75%. So if suppose by way of this, 80% of the share comes to the company. So they say that within 12 months, you have to just get back to the amount, comply with the 75% amount. It may be possible, no? That 75% is the non-permissible, non-public shareholding limit. And when you are buying off, your shareholding is being increased, the shares held by the company or the promoters is being increased. So just reduce it within 12 months. Now, the second part is preferential issue, non-applicability in certain cases. Now, this part talks about the preferential issue. Preferential issue, we know when it is shares are being offered to a selective group. So it says that in these 5 cases, these guidelines will not be applicable. Pursuant to conversion of loan, scheme approved by tribunal, rehabilitation or resolution plan, debt structuring scheme of RBI, and scheme approved by RBI. If these are 5 situations pursuant to which the company is required to make a preferential issue, in that case, these guidelines will not apply. Now, for particularly, it says that non-applicability of regulation in case of strategic debt restructuring scheme according to RBI guidelines, subject to following conditions. So they say that if these cases or situations are complied with, in that case, if there is a conversion, then these guidelines will not be applicable. Specifically for RBI guidelines, they have given some conditions. First is compliance of applicable provision of Companies Act 2013. Certificate of conversion priced by 2 independent qualified valuers, again CEO or merchant banker. And in this, in all the guidelines, you will find different definitions. Relevant date will be different, price will be different, definition of valuer will also be different. So whenever you are working on a particular situation, particular guidelines, you have to see what that particular guidelines defines. So in this defines, it says that valuer defined is as per the value definition of valuer given under sweat equity regulations. So if we now go to sweat equity regulation, it says that chartered accountants or a merchant bank. So two valuation report will be given. Lock-in period will be of 1 year. And where the lender is selling their holding, suppose in terms of the debt restructuring scheme, it says that no, now you have to sell off your shareholding to some other person. Not the original lender is not holding, but it is selling off. So in that case, lock-in period would be 3 years. Again, relevant date for this will be changed. Preferential allotment of equity shares 30 days prior to date of general meeting. If apart from these situations, we are doing some, suppose these are the 5 situations I told you, where SEBI guidelines are not applicable. Okay. But otherwise, we have to follow the normal procedure in which we have to go for general meeting, take approval of the shareholders and all those things. So in such case, 30 days prior to date of general meeting will be the relevant date. All the calculations will be made as per the relevant date. Issue pursuant to debt reconstruction scheme, date of approval of the scheme, and for convertible securities, 30 days prior to general meeting or 30 days prior to date when shareholder becomes eligible to apply for equity shares. Again, frequently trading shares in last 12 months, at least 10% or told, as I told you in that situation. That you have to just see from the relevant date, you have to go back to 12 months, see whether 10% or more 10% or more trading is being done, then your shares is the frequently traded share. Now, these are the conditions. If you are doing a preferential issue, you have to pass a special resolution. Shares should be in demat form. Continuous listing of shares should be there. Issuer has a PAN number of allottees, ineligible persons for preferential allotment. Now, these are most important conditions which have to be complied with. And it says that certain people are there who are not eligible for preferential allotment. First, who have sold. So please switch off your mics. First, who have sold equity share in last 6 months from relevant date. Promoter group who sold shares in last 6 months from the relevant date. Sorry, I think I've repeated the same things. Promoter group who has subscribed to share warrants but failed to exercise it. You have been allotted some share warrants and you have failed to exercise it. In that case, you are not eligible for the preferential allotment. Then ineligible for at least 1 year from expiry of such tenure. Or if you have sold your share holdings in last 6 months, then also you are not eligible. You have already sold and again you are taking a preferential issue. So it is prohibiting those situations. Then there are certain disclosures which are to be made in the explanatory statement. Object of issue, proposal of director KMP to subscribe, shareholding pattern before and after the issue. These are the explanations you have to give along with the notice to the general meeting. Then again, we have to see the pricing guidelines, same situation. In this, it is slightly. In this, we have 4 scenarios. First is, suppose you are giving a preferential allotment and your share is listed for 26 weeks or more. Already listing. Means I had given an IPO, I did an IPO. As on date, my share is listed today. But the duration of listing is first less than 26 weeks and more than 26 weeks. I have to see 2 conditions. If my shares are listed for more than 26 weeks, then highest of average of weekly high and low price for 26 weeks. Or average of weekly high and low price for 2 weeks. I have to find the highest of these both situations. This is a condition when shares are listed for 26 weeks or more. Okay. Now, second situation is my shares are listed for less than 26 weeks. I have brought an IPO, but somehow situation I have to make an immediate preferential allotment due to some conditions. And my shares are listed for less than 26 weeks. So obviously, first situation will be to the time. Suppose my shares were listed for 23 weeks only. So find the average highest low, average weekly high low for 23 weeks because I cannot go to 26 weeks. So till the duration your shares were listed on the stock exchange, find the average high and low for those weeks. Second is, again, same situation, average of weekly high and low for last 2 weeks. And the third condition is price at which shares were issued at IPO arrangement. Okay. So if your shares are listed for 26 weeks or more, then you have 2 conditions. If listed for less than 26 weeks, you have 3 conditions. Additional condition is the price of the listing. Now it says that in case the listed shares are for less than 26 weeks, suppose 20 weeks listing was there. After completion of 26 weeks, again a method of calculation will be done. And if the computed price is higher, then the issuer will pay the difference to the allotee. Issuer will get the difference from the allotee. Suppose by this process, the second situation, my value came to 100 rupees. But once I went to this situation, my 26 weeks are complete and I did a recalculation. My price was 120 rupees. So the difference of 20 rupees will be paid by the allotee to the issuer. Okay. And in case of infrequently traded shares, we have to take into account the valuation parameters. So these are the 4 situations how a pricing will be done in case of a preferential allotment. Okay.
And this price is 26 weeks. It's what another set of preference shares should have been listed, is it, in the company?
See,
already it should be listed.
Yes, no, not about say equity. Already you have a shares issued of the same class. You have issued equity shares. Okay. Your shares are listed. Now you want to issue further preference. You want to do further preferential allotment of the same class of equity shares. Your shares are already listed. It is a frequently traded share. Just do the calculations. If it is a listing is for 26 weeks or more, then first 2 methods. If less than 26 weeks, 3 methods. And after completion.
Okay. For preferential allotment for the same class of shares.
Yes, obviously.
Okay. And it says volume weighted average price, not simple price.
Volume weighted. You have to assign the weights to the volume. Okay. If done pursuant to special resolution, it has to be completed within 15 days of the resolution. Entire process you have to do within 15 days. Today you have passed the special resolution. Do the entire process within the 15 days. And if not, then fresh resolution will have to be passed. Allotment only in demat form. In case of convertible instrument, tenure not to be more than 18 months from the date of allotment. And full consideration is to be paid for securities other than warrants. 25% initially and 75% at the time of conversion. As we are seeing in Reliance case also, they are doing the same thing. Initially, they are subscribing to the warrants. 25% they are saying 2,800 they are investing. So same is process. Initially, you have to give the 25% amount and balance in 75%. So this is about the first part, ICDR guidelines. Now we are coming to the substantial acquisition of shares and takeovers regulation. It includes direct acquisition and indirect acquisition. Acquisition means there is a company and it is going to acquire some listed entity. The target company should be a listed one. So it can be a direct acquisition, means directly you are acquiring, or indirect acquisition, you are acquiring it through a consortium, group of people. Of control, voting right, and shares. You are doing these 3 types of works. Either you are trying to acquire the control, or you are trying to acquire the voting rights, or you are trying to acquire the shares. Target should be a listed company, except the company listed on institutional trading platform without public issue. Now this is like, every stock exchange is now having a separate platform for especially the startups or MSMEs type of companies, where these companies don't come out with a public offer, but they are eligible to trade their shares. This is called as the institutional trading platform. So in case a company is listed on an institutional trading platform without public issue, then definitely public issue is not involved in that. Public interest is not involved in that. So these guidelines won't be applicable. Now, some important terms again. Control means right to appoint majority of directors, control the management, policy decision of the target company. Acquirer means a person who acquires, agrees to acquire shares, voting rights, and includes PAC. PAC means public acting in concert. Your group of people, your friends are there, your holding company, your subsidiary company, your associate companies, all those people who are acting in concert. That is PAC. Frequently traded shares, again, same. Now the acquisition can be direct or indirect. That I've already explained, that it is acquiring directly or you are acquiring in accordance with the person acting in concert. Now they say that whenever you are doing some acquisition, you have to give a public offer. This public offer can be mandatory or can be a voluntary. Mandatory, there are certain circumstances in which you are required to do. Some situations it is voluntary. Okay, so you are planning to acquire a company, you are acquire shares or voting rights in excess to a certain trigger amount. In that case, you are required to make a public offer. What are the situations? Mandatory. It says that if acquisition along with already held with PAC is greater than or equal to 25%. First condition, I am holding shares along with my PACs more than 20, equal to or more than 25%. Okay. Sorry, it means this is a second situation I was telling. If your holding along with already held shares is going to touch the limit of 25%, that is the first situation. Second is you are already holding 25%, but less than 75%, because more than 75% you cannot hold. It is for the public. So additional acquisition of more than 5% in a financial year. First is initial time, I'm going to hold more than 25%. I have to make a public announcement. Now I have already acquired 25%, fine. Now I want to acquire 5% more in a financial year. Again, I have to give a public announcement. Third, there is a group. Suppose we are 3 people and we are already holding, say, 40% of shares. Okay, it is well within limit, 75% ke andar hai. Now individual, we all are holding, say, 15%, say 15%, 10%, and 15%. Okay. Now one person, the 10% holder is transferring his limit to his shares to the other one. Now the threshold limit of that particular person is going to increase by 25%. He was already holding 15%, and from the same group he's getting more than 20. Now he's getting 10%, and now his individual holding is going to hit the trigger amount of 25%. So in that case also you have to give a public announcement. Okay. And then public announcement in case of direct or indirect control over target company. Suppose you are getting some control, you have given some loan to the company, and by virtue of the loan conditions or agreements, you say that now in terms of that loan agreement, you are entitled to appoint the majority of directors in that particular company. So that you are getting a control on that company. Again, you have to give a public announcement. This is clear, mandatory. First is, if you are going first time, you are going to test 25% or more, give a public announcement. You are already holding 25% or more, and in a particular financial year, you are going to get 5% or more, give a public announcement. In a group, together you are holding different limits, but by virtue of any intergroup transfer, your limit is going to hit any of the 2 conditions prior, give a public announcement. If you are going to acquire control, direct or indirect, give a public announcement. Now, second condition is voluntary. You are already holding 25% shares. You don't.
Excuse me. These public announcements are to be done prior to the acquiring shares.
Yes.
Okay.
And now you are holding 25%. This is the voluntary situation. Voluntary situation means I don't have any intent, lekin aa jayega, to it's okay with me. So I just give an announcement that if anyone wants to give me shares, you can just, I'm holding this much shares, and if you want, I can buy more. That is a voluntary announcement. But in that, your condition should be at least you should be holding more than 25%. of the shares of the company. So that is a voluntary situation. Should already be holding at least 25%, but less than 25%. Then there are certain conditions in case of voluntary open offer. No acquisition in preceding 52 weeks without open offer exceeding 5%. So preceding 52 weeks, if we see that there should not be an open offer, there should not be an acquisition without open offer. Same situation, what you are doing right now. If you have done any prior also, then it is fine. Else, you should not have acquired any shares. Maximum limit not to increase 75%. No further acquisition in next 6 months except by open offer or a competing offer. So next 6 months, you cannot acquire shares except by these two conditions. And the person making voluntary offer should not be a willful defaulter or a fugitive economic offender. Now, sometimes there may be a situation that suppose an acquirer wants to acquire shares or voting rights in a company and simultaneously wants to get it delisted. He wants to have the entire control with himself. So two regulations will be applicable. The delisting will also be applicable and the takeover regulations will be also applicable. So in such case, it says that if there is any such situation, then delisting guidelines will be followed. And for that, you have to mention in the public announcement at the time of offer that you are planning to get it delisted. So accordingly, the delisting guidelines will be applicable. And if such delisting process is unsuccessful, then it's fine. If it is unsuccessful, then you have to follow the these takeover regulations. Simple. This is the situation where I also want to acquire a company, but simultaneously I don't want to get want that the company should get listed, remain listed. So I'm getting it delisted. Now, offer size. You have mandatory, you are in a mandatory conditions, or you are in voluntary conditions. You want to give a public announcement. Now you have certain 10, 2%, 3% you are asking. There is a offer size. In case of mandatory offer, at least 26% of the shareholding of the target company should be the offer size. In case of voluntary offer, at least 10% of the shareholding. At least 10% of the target of the shareholding company, target company. And in case of competing offer, suppose there is already an acquirer who has made some offer and you want to compete with it, then there will be a separate, at least such number of shares equal to shares held by acquirer in the target company, the original acquirer, plus shares to be acquired as part of open offer, plus shares to be acquired via primary transaction. So in case of competing offer, you have to see what the corresponding person who is the originally who has made the offer, what he's offering, and you have to at least give your offer to that particular size. Rules for computing offer price. You are giving an offer. Now you have again these three situations plus a fourth one in which you have two parts. First, it says highest negotiated price per share of the target company acquisition, of which attracts a public announcement. So first is highest negotiated price per share. This is the first condition. Second become volume weighted average price, same what we read in ICDR guidelines. Volume weighted average price pays for acquisition 52 weeks, same 26 weeks. So the added condition is this one, negotiated price. And again, it says that in case your share, find your share is frequently traded or not frequently traded share. If it is a frequently traded one, then 60 days preceding the relevant date, and infrequently traded, then the manager to issue or the merchant banker will decide it. Come to a price and find the highest of these all. So before computing any offer price, first of all, you have to check whether your share is frequently traded or non-frequently traded. Accordingly, you will find the condition. This is all the exercise of the merchant banker. He will first check whether your shares are frequently traded or non-frequently traded. Then he will find the four conditions here and find the highest of the price, and that price would be the initial offer price. Now the process would be the appointment. First of all, the manager to offer will be appointed and open escrow account. Before making any announcement, doing anything, you have to first do the escrow. You have to first open the escrow account and deposit the amount. This is just to ensure the trust level or the confidence level of the shareholders. So appointment of manager to offer, public announcement on the date of trigger. As soon as the situation arises, you have to make the public announcement immediately. And after that, within 5 days, you have to make a detailed statement that all the situations, all the conditions, whatever have been prescribed in the regulation, you have to mention all those situations. And where's my cursor? Yeah. In English newspaper, Hindi newspaper, regional newspaper, plus in the newspaper of the area of the stock exchange where maximum trading of the shares are being done. We have listing in different shares, different stock exchange. In one stock exchange, my shares are being traded by 20%, one is in 5%. So I have to choose my 20% share stock exchange. What is the regional language of that area? I have to publish my advertisement in that particular newspaper also. Then information to stock exchange where target company is listed and inform to the public, which stock exchange will inform to the public. Then copy of public advertisement has to be given to the target company as well as the board. Obviously, you have to inform the target company that you are proposing to acquire. Then file letter of offer to the board within 5 days of DPS, means detailed public statement. Board to revert on it within 15 days, and competing offer can also be made. Same time you have already made an offer and someone else pops in and says that I also want to make a competing offer. Okay, you can also do. Now the first escrow account deposit, as we discussed that there is you have before making any offer, you have to open an escrow account. It says that if for the first 500 crores of consideration, you have to deposit 25%. For balance, you have to deposit 10%. And in case there is a conditional offer that, okay, my acquisition will be successful only if I acquire 30% of the shares. In that case, you have to deposit the 100% of consideration payable in respect of such minimum level of acceptance. 50% of considerable payable should be under the open offer, and it should be revised as per the need. If there is excess, you have to increase the amount accordingly. If there is change in price, you have to do. Competing offer, as I said, that there is a acquirer who is making, who has issued a detailed public statement. He has given a public announcement that I am going to acquire this XYZ company. Simultaneously, there is one more acquirer. He also wants to make bid. So he can make a competing offer within 15 days of detailed public statement. If somehow there is such a situations, then you are not able to complete this offer, you can also withdraw it. But you have to seek a prior approval of the board. In case of withdrawal, you have to give a public announcement in the same newspapers in which you gave it initially. So again, same newspapers inform the board, stock exchange, and target company. Now, there are some important disclosures which you have to give under these guidelines. It says that if you are acquiring 5% or more of voting rights, within 2 days, you have to inform to the stock exchange and the target company. If there is change in voting rights, either by plus 2% or minus 2%, we are increasing or decreasing, inform the stock exchange and target company. If you are a person, along with the person acting in concert, you are holding more than 25%, then as on 31st March, this is a annual intimation. So as on 31st March, within 7 days, you have to inform the stock exchange and the company. And if you are pledging your shares, then also you have to inform the company within 7 days. And promoter PAC holding as on 31st March, again 7 days. So some are the event based, first 2 are the event based, and third are the routine based, which you have to comply every year. These are the disclosures under these guidelines. So these 2 guidelines, I suppose it is clear. You don't need to go into very depth. If you want, you can just go, but these guidelines are huge.
Yeah.
In fact, ICDR is very, very long one.
Correct.
Okay, so
Yeah.
now, so these 2 guidelines till the time are clear, okay? So I'm proceeding to the third one, SEBI delisting regulations. Now, why a company wants to get delisted? Suppose initially I am a company, I want to get my shares listed because I was in need of money. I wanted some public to pour in and just invest in my company, give me some opportunities to do the business. But later on, when I'm in comparatively stabilized position, now I think that why should I just transfer my rights to other people? Why not to consolidate my holding? So such situations, the company can go for the delisting, voluntary delisting. And then there is a compulsory delisting. Compulsory delisting is when you have done some offense, then it is an ultimate penal measure taken by the stock exchange and the SEBI. So it is not applicable to securities listed without public issue on institutional platform, as we discussed earlier. Same, the MSMEs and all those who are working on the institutional platforms. Then delisting pursuant to SICA, any plan has been implemented under SICA or under resolution plan under IBC. If there is a resolution plan under IBC and according to pursuant to that, you have to get your share delisted. In that case, you don't need to go through these guidelines. Now, the delisting can be of two types, voluntary delisting and the compulsory delisting. Voluntary delisting can again be, a company, listed company on its own can get securities delisted. And as I told, that compulsory delisting is usually a penal measure. Now, suppose I want to get my shares delisted. I said that why to go the entire process? Why shouldn't I buy back my shares? Same, it is the same process, but it says no. Buyback, preferential allotment, these are not the modes in which you can delist your share. And then further, some prohibitions have been imposed. If within 3 years of your listing, you cannot get yourself delisted. Next is convertible instrument of same class of securities are outstanding. Today, you have issued a convertible debenture, which can be converted into equity shares after 5 years. Today, you decide, your investor, the person who came in and who bought those debentures, he is very happy that after 5 years, I'm going to get the equity of that company. And in between, you decide that I'm going for delisting. What was the fault of that investor? So it says that in case you are having any convertible instrument of same class of securities outstanding, you cannot go for delisting. And if any entity of promoter group has sold equity shares of a company in last 6 months prior to date of board meeting in which delisting proposal was approved. If this is the situation, today is a board meeting and just 10 days back, you have already sold your shares. You have already taken a good reap out of that existing market. And now you say that we'll get it delisted. In that case also you cannot. Now it says that voluntary delisting can be of two types. First is from some stock exchange. Second is from all stock exchange. My shares are listed on Delhi Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange, Bombay Stock Exchange, and Ahmedabad Stock Exchange. I'm a company. On four stock exchange, my shares are listed. I have first option, I'll get my shares delisted from all the 4 stock exchange. In that case, definitely my shareholders will not get any opportunity to sell off their shares. So I have to compulsorily give them an exit offer. Now, I want to delist from some stock exchange. I have 4 stock exchanges. I plan to delist from BSE and NSE. I want to get it remain listed on Delhi and Ahmedabad Stock Exchange. Again, I have to give an exit offer. Why? Because the regulation says that if you are listed on more than one stock exchange and you want to get delisted, then at least on any one stock exchange which is having a national-wide trading platform, if your shares remain listed, then only you are not required to give the exit offer. So if I plan to get my share delisted from Delhi, Calcutta, Delhi, Ahmedabad, everywhere, and I've said that only my share will be delisted, remain listed on NSE, then no problem. My shareholders are not stuck up. I don't need to give an exit offer to them. So the condition is that the national-wide trading terminal should be there. If it is there, then exit offer is not required. If it is not there, then you have to give an exit offer. Or when you are getting it delisted from all stock exchange, then you have to get your, you have to give the exit offer. Now processes where exit opportunity is not required. Simple. You have to conduct a board meeting, give newspaper advertisement, inform to the stock exchange, and make a disclosure in annual report. Nothing else you need to do, just an information to the stock exchange. But in case you have to give an exit opportunity, then the process is a bit different and tedious. First of all, there will be a board meeting, intimation to the stock exchange that you are proposing to do a board meeting, a general meeting, and the outcome of the board meeting. Then you will make an application to stock exchange for an in principle approval. That okay, if my all things go well, I get all my approvals, then I plan to go for delisting. So that would be an in principle approval. Stock exchange will check that whether you are any defaulter, you have done any defaults, any complaints against you, that it will all check and give an in principle approval. Now, final application to stock exchange has to be made within 1 year of resolution. That means you have to complete the entire process within 1 year. Then you have to appoint a merchant banker for making necessary disclosures. Again, open an escrow account, deposit the floor price along with the value of the floor price you have to deposit in the escrow account. Then you will make a public announcement. The specified date for public announcement has to be made within 1 day of the in principle approval. This stage, you have made an application for in principle approval. Within 1 day, make a public announcement. Then dispatch of letter of offer within 2 days. Now in this process, whenever we go for delisting, we have to go for a book building process. That means you are asking the investors to suggest at what price they want to sell their shares. Okay, that is a book building process. So along with the letter of offer that you want to get your share delisted, you will send a bidding form in which the shareholder will mention that at what price it wants to sell off its shares. Okay, so the bidding period has to commence from 7 days of public announcement and to remain for at least 5 days. The final price to be determined as the price at which shares are accepted through the eligible bids. Now you will receive the bids. Then in consensus with the merchant banker, you will find a final price, and the price will be decided as the final price of the exit offer. But it may happen that the issuer, the price comes very high, which is not acceptable to the issuer. In that case, he can say that, okay, I'm not ready to accept this price and I want to just give up this delisting process. Or he can make a counter offer. That okay, the book building process, the amount is 35 rupees, but I want to pay 30 rupees. And he will make a counter offer. If it is accepted, it is fine. If it is not, then minimum equity issues shares to be subscribed is acquired is 90% of the total issued capital. Now, if you want to get your share delisted, then at least the people consenting to this particular offer should be 90%. That means if you have a issued share capital of 100, at least you should get back 90% of the amount. Else your delisting process will be assumed as a failure. Second is at least 25% of shareholders should participate in book building process. It is not like 2 people are participating in book building process and you have determined the price. No. So in both, if these situations don't hold good, then your delisting process will be considered as a failure. Public announcement after closure, payment of consideration within 10 days. Balance shareholders can tender the shares within 10 days. You have received 90%, say 95%, 5% are still remaining. Then they can give you the shares, they can render their shares within 1 year from the last date. Means they have the opportunity for up to 1 year. This offer will be open for them. Failure of delisting process, 90 and 25% condition is not complied with, or the offer is rejected or not accepted by the issuer. As I said that by the book building process, whatever the price has been determined, that is not acceptable to the issuer. In that case also, and in such case, suppose by virtue of any of the reasons, the delisting process is a failure. In that case, the share received in any will be returned back within 10 days of the bidding period. So obviously you are not complying, you are not doing it, just return everything, whatever you have received, send them back to your shareholders. No application will be made to stock exchange when you have not doing the process, while you will give a final application. And escrow account which you have opened earlier, that will be closed. Now this we have talked about the delisting process, voluntary. So we have seen we have two conditions. Voluntary process, one is delisting from all stock exchanges and delisting from some of the stock exchanges. Both the situation arises, but in one we have to give an exit offer, in one we are not required to give an exit offer. Okay? Exit offer is not required, simple board meeting and intimation to stock exchange. And if the exit offer is required, then you have to appoint a merchant banker, decide the price by way of book building process, allow at least 25% to participate in that process, receive at least 90%, and then just repay all those people who have tendered their share, and allow other remaining shareholders to tender their share up to within 1 year of the entire process. Now, suppose you don't want to get your shares delisted, but stock exchange is of the view that you are doing something which is not in public interest, not in investor interest, or you are doing you are doing offenses or something like that. In that case, the stock exchange may ask you to get yourself delisted. And in that case, notice by stock exchange will be given and delisting will be done by stock exchange, and the promoters will be required to acquire the share from the public within 3 months at the value determined by the valuer. A valuer will be appointed by the stock exchange, and he will determine the value at which the promoters will acquire the public shareholding. Because this is the process, stock exchange is ordering it. So obviously, why the shareholders should suffer? So it is the liability of the promoters to acquire the shares from the shareholders, public shareholders. And if such compulsory delisting has been ordered by the stock exchange, in that case, at least 10 years, up to 10 years, the directors, promoters, companies are debarred from accessing the capital market. You cannot issue a further, you cannot bring a further issue, you cannot be a directors on the listed companies, and all those conditions will be applicable. Now, it says that separate provision has been given for delisting of small companies, which has been defined as paid up capital is less than equal to 10 CR and net worth is less than equal to 25 CR. In that case, entire process is almost the same, only the book building process is not required to be done. So the price has to be determined in accordance with the trading price and the floor price, which is determined by consent with the merchant banker. MB is appointed and exit price is decided in consultation. And this should not be less than the floor price. So this is the delisting process. Just let me check the time because I think 11:45 my session. Oh my God, it's already 12:08. I think I'm really sorry. It has extended. I think I
yes, ma'am, I'm waiting right now.
Preeti Garg, ma'am.
Hello. Actually, I'm
not getting your voice, ma'am.
Nice.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
I'm really sorry. I just saw the timing and just 7 minutes more.
Okay, fine.
I'll just.
Okay.
So next is this SEBI prohibition of insider trading regulations. Insider trading means you are having some information, unpublished, price-sensitive information. That means those information which is not available to the public, but by virtue of your connection with the company, you are in possession of some such type of information which may affect the price of the share. Suppose there is I'm talking about you are a valuer. You are working with the company, you are having some idea that, okay, I'm working for a merger and amalgamation. There is a proposed merger. And in future, the prices of shares might increase or decrease. So you are, in that case, you are also a connected person to the company and you will be treated in the category of such person who is in possession of UPSI. That means unpublished price sensitive information. Okay. The essentials of insider trading is possession of information before everybody else has the same, before becoming generally available regarding the changes of the economic condition of the company, particularly with respect to dividends, financial results, etc., and making a gain by trading in securities. Means first there should be an insider. He should be in possession of some price sensitive information and he is using that information to derive the benefit. Okay. Then these are the unpublished price sensitive information. What constitutes UPSI? Then A connected person, insider means he can be a connected person or a person who is in possession of having any access to UPSI. That means privileged access. And generally available information, that means which is available to public at large. And UPSI means which is not yet published. So it says that these connected person who are in contractual or fiduciary relationship with the company and they are having some information, they should not leak out those information and disturb the price mechanism of the stock market. Designated persons are the people who are specified by the company as a designated person. They are usually the top management of the company. Then it says that communication procurement of UPSI is prohibited. Exceptions is like if you are required to communicate such information by virtue of any law, or if there is some decision by, there is some open offer or something takeover process is in process at the board level, and the board thinks that it is important that this information should be furnished to the counterparty, then they can disclose this information, but subject to taking the non-disclosure and confidentiality agreement. Then there is a trading plan concept that every insider who wants to trade, insider, we know these are the categories of people. Now every insider has to make a trading plan that how he is going to trade in the company if any situation arises. These are the conditions. No trading plan insider prior to 6 months, no trading between 28th day prior to the last day. Then the trading means no trading between 20th day prior to last day of financial period for which results are to be announced till second trading day after such financial results. In between, he cannot do the trading. And the trading plan has to be in force for at least 12 months. No overlapping means today you have given one trading plan and after that you are giving some other trading plans. So it is not possible. These trading plans the insider will generate, formulate and submit to the compliance officer. The compliance officer will check the plan, and if he finds okay, he will publish it. A disclosure will be made and intimation will be given to the stock exchange. Then there are certain disclosures which are required to be made. Initial disclosure, if a new KMP or promoter is being appointed, then number of shares held by him within 7 days of appointment. And if in any quarter he is trading 10 lakhs or more in the shares of the company, securities of the company, then within 2 days he has to inform the company and the stock exchange. Then there is a code of fair disclosure. This has to be framed by every company and disseminated on its website. Then there are the last point is the share-based employer benefits regulation. This is the last one. So these are the 5 categories to which this particular regulation applies: ESOP, ESOS, stock appreciation right, general employee benefit, and retirement benefit schemes. It says that such schemes means these are the schemes which are being formed by the company for the benefit of their employee. This scheme should be either set up by the company or the group company, or funded or controlled by the company or the group company. These are the 3 categories. Now they say that it is applicable to permanent employee, whether he is in or outside India, whole-time director, part-time director, such employees which are in subsidiary company, and not included as independent director, promoter holding more than 10% of equity. These are the people who are included, and this is not included. Now the implementation process, we have formed some schemes for benefit of our employees. It can be implemented directly also or via trust also. So we will appoint a trust. The trustee will be someone who is not having substantial interest in the company, and that trustee will manage the trust and do all the necessary actions. It says that further there will be a compensation committee. This compensation committee will have the same structure as the NRC committee, nomination and remuneration committee. So if you are already having a committee, you can assign this task to the same compensation committee, and this committee will monitor all the works of these employee benefit schemes. And scheme has to be approved by a special resolution at general meeting. Variation has also to be sanctioned at general meeting, should not be detrimental to employee interest. Benefit under these regulations shall not be transferable, and in case of death of employee, it has to be passed to the legal hearing. So whatever plans we are framing, they are since it is a scheme all the actions, all the situations will be mentioned in the scheme. What will happen if in case of death, resignation, termination, legal actions, that all will be mentioned, and it will be done according to the scheme. This scheme has to be approved by the shareholders at the general meeting, and any changes if you want, then also you have to get it approved at general meeting. Now, ESOS, employees stock option scheme, vesting period will be 1 year. That means after 1 year you will be eligible. Disclosures as prescribed to be made to the grantees, and company may specify the lock-in period. ESPS, employee stock purchase scheme, the lock-in period would be 1 year, and SARS scheme, stock appreciation scheme, the vesting period will be 1 year. So this is all. I'm really sorry I've taken a lot of time. I exceeded 20 minutes. So I think to the best extent possible in the limited time, I've given you the outline of all the SEBI guidelines.
No, it was wonderful. In fact, most of the things you have covered.
Thank you so much. And in case if I have, unfortunately, I've skipped anything, please feel free. You can just drop me a mail. I'll reply to that. If anything has been left, because you can also understand that entire SEBI regulation is quite difficult to cover in 40-45 minutes.
Yeah.
So please feel free. And it was nice interacting to you all.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. For this particular SEBI guidelines, I'll share the MCQs with the AII people. So you can just check from there.
Thank you, madam.
Great. And also, madam, in the last presentation, perhaps your email ID was not there.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Just a minute.
Or in this presentation, you can add it. Later on, we can see that.
Email ID. Is there. It is simply Anuradha Gupta, fcs@gmail.com. I'll add that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Bye.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm just taking up the session that your session is just over. That's true with the SEBI, and I'm going to take up the Income Tax Act. And I think most of you are well aware and in practice of Income Tax Act too. How many of you are in practice of income tax? Sir, Sundarajan sir, and others?
Madam, myself, R.K. Raman is also in income tax practice.
Okay, you are also. Sir, your video is not visible. I think.
Basically, my battery is low in the mobile. I am actually moving.
Okay.
So that's why I have switched off my video for some time. But soon I will come back on the video.
Okay, fine. No issues. Actually, in online classes, this used to happen, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to take up your income tax, and this coverage of income tax is solely from the viewpoint of exam.
Okay.
Right. All the contents are large. If you will go, have you gone through your syllabus? Have you ever looked at your syllabus? It's basically the professional approach. First thing is just download your syllabus from IBBI site with effect from 1st June 2020, applicable to us for the securities of financial assets syllabus, right? And if you will go by the contents of it, it is divided into 11 or 12 topics basically, and bifurcated accordingly that how much of the weightage it is there. Like I'm going to take up Income Tax Act. It is a part of general law, and the whole general law is of 18 marks. And there is no specific criteria that one question will come from it, 2 marks will be from it, 3 marks from it. No, there is no specific criteria. It depends upon our chance that how many questions I am going to get from a particular topic. But basically from IBC, from SEBI financial regulations, there are 4 questions. From Income Tax Act, there are near about 2 to 4 questions. That is the criteria. Do you know what is the amendment date that we have to cover up? It's obviously if I am going to settle the exam, there will be a time lag. Up to which period amendment I have to take into account while preparing for the exam? It is 29th February 2020, written in the last in the syllabus. So whatever are the amendments applicable up to 29th February 2020, that will be a part of my exam. And the basic thing is whatever new content is being added in the questions, they are basically from the amendments. So please focus on the amendments, particularly for whatever topic you are touching up as far as the law is concerned, because in valuation there is no such change regarding as far as law is concerned. But for the general laws, touch upon the amendments that are particular in the 19 to 29 Feb 2020. Right. So now I am not taking much time, just starting with this. Briefly giving my intro, I'm an advocate, CS in law. I did CS in 2001, law from Delhi University in 2006. I cleared my RV exam in first attempt in December 29. I was in practice of CS for more than 10 years. And right now I'm going to cover up your income tax. Right? So whatsoever it is, there is a comment section in my PPTs. I always say, if there is any MCQ or any explanation is required concerning the topic in the slide, it is there in the comment section, so you need not look at any other thing, right? So this is my introduction, and straightforward I am sharing the screen for the income tax. First thing is, which finance act I will take into account while looking for the income tax? It is Finance Act 2019. That will be my part. We all know that taxes, direct tax, indirect tax, it is there, right? But the simplest thing that sometimes that they are touching upon the conceptual parts more than anything else. So one simple thing may be under which entry of the union list Parliament is going to make law. Parliament is entitled to make law under entry 82 of the union list 1. Are you able to see it? Is slide visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
it's
Yes, sir.
basically entry 82 of the union list in the 7th schedule to article 246. That gives the parliament power to make laws, but central government cannot, parliament cannot make laws on agricultural income. It is prerogative of basically the state government, and state governments have exempted agricultural income from tax. It's finance minister who usually announce the budget, and we all wait for the budget every year with the hope that there will be some relaxations, particularly for the individual sectors, right? So income tax calculations for the individual. See, if you will look at the syllabus, income tax covers individuals and companies only. So I will cover up my income tax for the exam only for the individuals or companies. But as far as general thing are concerned regarding residential status or the tax rate, I should know about the residential status and tax rates of all assessees. So this is a basic one we use to file the ITR from salary, house property, profits and gains, capital gains, other sources. And from then we give the deductions and then the tax rebates, then apply our surcharge and the cess. The basic principle of Income Tax Act is that capital receipts will not be subject to tax unless it is specifically mentioned in section 25 that tax is payable on them. Revenue receipts, all revenue receipts are taxable unless they are specifically exempt under section 10. We keep books of account for according to the two methods. One is the mercantile accrual basis or the cash system. This method is relevant in which of the head? There are more than one options in it. Means there may be more than one options which are correct. It will not be in the exam, but it's just to see whether we will be confused or we are sure which two are there, in which the accounting system makes a difference. Method of accounting makes a difference. Can you tell? It's basically in the profits and gains of business or profession as well as income from other sources. My method of accounting is relevant. As far as residential status is concerned and individual and HUF are concerned, they are divided. They have residential status of resident and non-resident, and residential status of resident individual and HUF has to be seen whether they are resident and ordinarily resident in India or they are resident but not ordinarily resident in India. Apart from these two assessees, other assessees have only two residential status. One is resident and other is non-resident. Why is it necessary to know the residential status of assessee? Please tell.
Taxation is basically on the basis of status only.
Yes, because taxation incidence depends upon the basis of residential status. If any assessee is a resident, his whole income is taxable. But if an assessee is NOR or NR, then there are only few incomes which are related to India are taxable. When I look for the residential status of individuals, there are two conditions. One is basic condition, other is additional condition. In case of basic conditions, if there are two alternate, means if any one of it is satisfied, then the individual is resident, otherwise he is non-resident. So if anyone is satisfied, the status will be of resident and otherwise he will be a non-resident. So what are two basic conditions? I have to look for his stay in India is for 182 days or more in the relevant previous year, or his stay in India is for 60 days or more, plus stay in India in the preceding 4 assessment year is 365 days. In that case, if any one of the condition is satisfied, he is resident, otherwise he is non-resident. Once I decided the person is resident because he is satisfying any of the alternative basic conditions, then I have to look for the additional conditions, which if both are satisfied, then the person is ordinary resident. If none is satisfied or anyone is satisfied, even then the person will remain non-ordinary resident. So in case of basic conditions, alternative is to be satisfied. In case of additional conditions, both are to be satisfied, only then ordinary resident status will be granted. Resident in India in at least 2 out of 10 years immediately preceding the relevant previous year, or a stay in India is for 730 days or more during the 7 years immediately preceding the relevant previous year. If both are satisfied, then the status is of resident and ordinary resident. Apart from individual, the other assessees have the residential status like this. How is it? HUF. If you look for HUF, partnership firm, LLP, association of person, body of individuals, or artificial juridical person, I have to look where the control and management of business affairs are. If they are wholly in India, or if they are partly in India and partly outside India. Means even if they are wholly in India or they are partly in India, if that is there, then they have a status of residence. Otherwise, they have a status of non-resident. As far as domestic company and foreign company are concerned, it is very important for me to remember that domestic company have a residential status always of residence. Foreign company has a status of residence only if control and management of business affairs is wholly in India. If otherwise, it is non-resident. If HUF has a status of residence, then I have to look for whether Karta is satisfying both the additional conditions of resident. Karta is resident in 2 out of 10 years, and as well as his stay in preceding 7 years is 730 days or more. If these additional conditions are satisfied, then HUF will have a status of resident and ordinary resident. Otherwise, it will have a status of resident and non-ordinary resident. See, as far as individual and HUF are concerned, if they are resident and ordinary resident, their entire income is taxable in India, whether it is earned outside India or it is earned in India, subject to double taxation avoidance provisions. So, can you tell me which company is defined as a domestic company? Which company is a domestic company? Any idea? Because these are the basic concepts that used to come in the exam as it is. This definition has come in the exam. What is a domestic company?
A company incorporated in the Indian law, Indian government.
Absolutely correct, sir. Apart from that, there is one more thing also. If company has made arrangements for distribution, declaration and payment of dividend in India, then it is a domestic company. Okay. And as far as my MCQs are concerned, I have to go by the definitions which are given in the BEAR Act. That will be the sole criteria, because otherwise interpretations can be more than one. But I have to go by the definition that is given in the BEAR Act. That I will show you the definition later on also. income tax calculation, whenever I do the income tax calculation, then I have to look for the residential status of the assessee. If it is a case of a resident male and resident female, then they have three slab rates, 1, 2, and 3, depending upon their age. Apart from that, non-resident male, non-resident female, HUF, association of person, or AJP, whether resident or non-resident, they have this slab. Up to first 250 nil, 250 to 5%, 5 to 10, 20, above 10 it is 30%. In case the age of the person, it is a case of senior citizen, age is equal to or more than. Please mark, this is equal to or more than, this is not more than. Sometimes these things confuse us in the exam, even though this is part and parcel of my daily life. It is equal to or more than 60 years, but less than 80 years. First 3 lakh nil, 3 to 5, 5%, 5 to 10, 20%, above 10, 30%. And in case of super senior citizens, 80 years or more, it is up to first 5 nil, 5 to 10, 20, above 10, 30. Now, how MCQ can come? MCQ can be on any of the tax slab rates, or they may ask for the simple non-resident male of the age of 80 years or more. Then I have to say, in case of non-resident, there is only one slab rate that I have to follow, which is this one, right? So when I am appearing for MCQ exams, it is very necessary that I read my MCQ very carefully. It may ask something positively. It may ask same thing in the negative way also. Now rebate is given only to an individual resident in India. There is a change. That's why this rebate provision is important for this particular exam sessions this year. It is available to individual resident. Total income is less than or equal to 5 lakh. Earlier, this limit was 3,50,000. Now this is 5 lakh. Quantum of rebate available is maximum 12,500. Then health and education cess is imposed after allowing rebate under section 87A. Earlier, up to 3,50,000, there was no tax. If it goes beyond 3,50,000, then if I calculate for the 5 lakh, the taxable tax is 12,500. But now from this assessment year, my income taxable, see, they are talking about the taxable income. Taxable income is up to 5 lakh, then my entire income is exempted from tax. As far as tax rates for others are concerned, partnership firm, it is 30%, LLP, it is 30%. In case of domestic company, when total turnover or gross assets for previous year 17-18 is less than or equal to rupees 400 crore, then tax rate is 25%. For the other domestic companies, the tax rate is 30%. For foreign company, this is 40%. As far as surcharge is concerned, up to 50 lakh, there is no surcharge. From 50 to 1, I am taking into account only individual, HUF, AOP, and artificial judicial person. Because surcharge is increasing in case of these assessees as their taxable income is increasing. Taxable income from 50 lakh to 1 crore, 10%. See, these are all important to remember because they may be part of your MCQ. Simplest thing, but it may be a part of MCQ. If taxable income is between 1 to 2 crore, in case of individuals, surcharge rate is this, 2 to 5 crore, surcharge is 25%. And what effects, what looks awkward to me is this. Yes, that way it is increasing. Taxable income more than 5 crore, pay surcharge at the rate of 37%. Means your tax is going to be increased by 37%. Then in case of firm, local authority and all, in case of domestic, see, for first 50 lakh, none is going to pay surcharge. If from 50 lakh to 1 crore, firm, local authority are not supposed to give any surcharge. From 1 to 10, they will pay surcharge at the rate of 12% and above 10 also 12%. In case of domestic company as well as foreign company, up to 1 crore, there is no surcharge. For domestic company from 1 to 10, it is 7%, above 10, it is 12%. In case of foreign company, surcharge rate is 2% and 5% respectively. This LTCG, we will talk a little bit later. And then health and education cess is 4%. It is charged in the amount of income tax plus surcharge. For the short-term capital and long-term capital gains, we will discuss when I will cover up a part of capital gains regarding them. As far as agricultural income is concerned, it is exempt from tax. It is fully exempt from tax, and the exemption is basically given by the state government. What is agricultural income? The question used to come is on this definition of agricultural income, which is rent from agricultural land situated in India and is used for agricultural purpose. See, they are saying rent from agricultural land. So the question that may come is rent from land used for agricultural purpose. You will say no, it is rent from agricultural land. And it should be means, and rent should be paid out of the income which is earned by doing the agricultural activity. Growing of crops on land situated in India, like saplings grown in a nursery. Rent from farm building which is constructed on agricultural land or in the immediate vicinity of agricultural land. We all know there is a trend of farmhouses. They used to construct, a part is constructed as a building and a part is used for the agricultural purpose, showing it as a farm building. So if that farm building is given on a rent, the rent will be calculated under the head agricultural income. And the main thing for the farm building is that the farmhouse should not be in the urban area. If it is the case, it will be counted as income from house property. If you are growing the crops, doing the agricultural activity yourself, it is income from business and profession. If you have given it on a rent, then the rent will be counted under the head income from other sources. When I talk about income from salary, there should be a relationship of employer and employee. What is the relationship of employer and employee? That there is a contract of service. Contract of service means whatever as an employer I will do, it will be according to the instructions of the employer. How I will do, it will be according to the instructions. Means what and how, both will be according to the instructions of the employer. But in case like we are rendering the services, professional services, it is a contract for service with the clients, and we don't have an employer and employee relationship. There are some salary to the partner. Why it is not treated under the head salary? Why? Because there is no employer-employee relationship. There is one particular question that has come in the exam is this. Our judiciary is independent. Government is not their employer. But still, the remuneration which is paid to the judges is taxable as income under the head salary, which is one of the exceptions. Right? Now, due basis of charging, section 15, due basis or receipt basis, whichever is earlier, but bonus is always taxable on the receipt basis. What are the deductions from the gross salary? Deductions from the gross salary is actual amount of gross salary or the maximum limit of rupees. There is now a question on this. What is the maximum limit of standard deduction? This has been changed in this financial year to 50,000. So this is the point for the MCQ. Next is your entertainment allowance. We know entertainment allowance is first added in the salary. If it is paid by the employer, then it is added in the salary. And deduction is given only in case of a government employee to the maximum of rupees 5,000. If a professional tax is paid by the employee, it will be allowed as a deduction in the year of payment. If it is paid by the employer, then it will be first added in the gross salary and then a deduction will be given for it. This is a case of professional tax for the professionals who are in employment, and this is basically a tax which used to go to the state government. When I talk about the gratuity at the time of retirement or death, is it okay? Are you able to grasp what am I speaking, or if my speed is okay?
Okay, madam, for me.
Okay, fine. So gratuity we may receive at the time of retirement, or it may be received after death. If it is received during the service, you are leaving an employment, and if it is received during the service, so whether you are a government employee or you are a non-government employee, it is fully taxable. But if it is received at the time of retirement or death, for the government employee, it is fully tax exempt. for the non-government employee, it depends upon whether the person is covered by the Payment of Gratuity Act or it is not covered by the Payment of Gratuity Act. If it is covered by the Payment of Gratuity Act or it is not, in both the cases, the maximum deduction is 20 lakh. So I don't have to remember this particular ceiling, but I have to remember this particular amount of 20 lakh. This is what is, and one thing, this gratuity received during the service is fully taxable, partly taxable, or taxable up to the extent of, exempted up to the extent of 10 lakh, 20 lakh. So if it is received during service, it is fully taxable whether received by the government employee or non-government employee. As far as pension is concerned, we know this is part of, this is received by the pensioners, and this is a part of your salary. After retirement, when a person receives a pension as an uncommuted pension, means he is receiving it as a monthly basis, then it is fully taxable for all the employees, whether government or non-government. But generally what happens, particularly in case of government employee, that they take lump sum of a particular pension they are going to get in future, a part of it lump sum at the time of retirement. It is known as commuted pension, which is fully exempt in case of government employee. But in case of non-government employee, it is exempted to the extent depending upon whether employee is receiving gratuity or not. If he is receiving gratuity, then 1/3 of full pension is exempt. If he is not receiving gratuity, then 1/2 of full pension is exempted. If it is received after death means it's a case of family pension. If it is received by the employees of UNO or his or her family member, it is exempted. If it is received by the winner of gallantry awards, family members, pension received by the winners of gallantry awards shall be fully exempted, as well as pension received by their family members is also exempted from tax. In case of the death of a member of the armed forces during the operational duties, see, this is important for MCQ. This exemption category is important for my MCQ. In case of a death of, if a member of armed forces dies during the operational duties, pension received by his family is fully exempt from tax. In all other cases, family pension is taxable under the head income from other sources, and deduction is basically, this is what MCQ used to come on this also, that family pension is taxable under which head and what is the amount of deduction on it. It can be, deduction is given up to the extent of 15,000 maximum. Similar, there was a scheme of national pension scheme, the one, if it is joined to the employers sorry, employers contribution is first included in the salary, then a deduction of 10% of salary is given. Employees contribution is also deductible, and to the maximum of 10% of salary. In case of a self-employed individuals like you and me, if we are opting for national pension scheme, then a maximum deduction allowed is 20% of gross total income. In case of VRS, the maximum amount exempted is 5 lakh. See, this is what I am saying only for MCQ, maximum amount exempted for the VRS. This is 5 lakh. If it is a case of income from house property I am talking about, see what it is saying, a property which is used as a house. It means there should be some building which is used as a house. There cannot be a vacant land. If you are getting a rent from a vacant land, where will you treat it? Under which head you charge it?
Income from other sources.
Absolutely correct. Income from other sources. And if it is, a building is attached to it, then it is taxable under the head income from house property, whether it is a residential and commercial. The receiver of the rent must be owner of the building. The building must not be used for business or profession carried on by the owner. Now in this case, I have to calculate net annual value. First, I will calculate gross annual value, then I will be able to calculate my net annual value. Gross annual value means fair reasonable value that I expect, fair rent that I expect in that particular area from the similar kind of properties being given on rent. Then whatever will be the fair value, that will be my gross annual value. But if I am getting actual rent more than the fair rent, then my actual rent will be my gross annual value. So in both the cases, I have to compare, say if my fair value is 2 lakh, while my actual rent is 3 lakh. What will be my fair value? If my expected rent is 2 lakh, but I am actually getting rupees 3 lakh, what will be my fair value?
3 lakhs.
Obviously, actual will always be your subject to taxation.
Right.
I just let me know who are there. Can you mark your attendance, please? Whosoever are there in the session. Ashok ji is, I am able to see Ashok ji.
Madam, higher of the two values would be the fair value.
Yes, I am just asking if my fare is 2 lakh and actual is 3 lakh.
3 lakhs, ma'am. 3 lakhs.
Okay, and then partly vacant, if my property is vacant for a part of the year, then a partly vacant allowance will be given on the basis of time. And then I will calculate from gross annual value, I will give deduction to my municipal taxes that are being paid, actually borne and paid by the owner. Means they are actually paid as well as the incidence is also borne. It is not passed on to the tenant. That is known as my net annual value. So if I talk about the deductions from the net annual value, first is my statutory deduction, like standard deduction in case of my salary. It is 30% of the net annual value. Next is my deduction on the interest on the borrowed capital, particularly on this particular thing we used to do planning, tax planning. On the interest while we are going to buy a house or going to reconstruct a house and take a loan for that. Now it depends upon how much deduction is given. It depends for my gross annual value is nil or my gross annual value is not nil. My gross annual value is nil in case of a self-occupied property because there is no actual rent we are receiving. So first of all, I have to look for, if I have one self-occupied house property, my gross annual value will be nil. No further deduction for the municipal taxes will be given. So my net annual value is nil, no standard deduction, but interest on borrowed capital is there, which is allowed up to rupees 30,000 in case of repair or rupees 2 lakh in case of construction of the house. This we will discuss a little bit later also. So just go by the concept that my net annual value is nil in case of one self-occupied house property. If only one house property is owned, see, I have a house in Delhi, but I couldn't occupy it, and I went to Mumbai for my business, profession, or employment, and there I take one house on rent. Then I can treat my this house in Delhi as self-occupied house, and it will be treated as the one above. Now, in case there's one thing that has been changed in the Finance Act, they say if you have two houses, one in Delhi, and you have to shift to the Mumbai for the purpose of employment, business, or profession. See, only three purpose they are saying: employment, business, and profession. And you have also taken a house in Mumbai also. So earlier the provisions were you could treat one as self-occupied only, either Delhi one or Bombay one if you had not given your Delhi house on rent. But now the provision has been changed. How? They are saying you can treat, in this circumstances, you can treat both the houses self-occupied house. Both the houses as self-occupied house, but what the interest rate deduction is rupees 2 lakh that is being maximum provided. How is it? It says interest on borrowed capital in case gross annual value is not nil. It means you have given it on the rent or it is a case of deemed to be let out. Then in case there is no maximum limit. But if the house property is self-occupied or deemed to be self-occupied, Then in case I have to look when the loan was borrowed. If it was borrowed before 1st April 99, then I have to say maximum limit is rupees 30,000 per annum, whether it is taken for acquisition, construction, repair, renewal or reconstruction of the property. But in case it is borrowed after 1st April 99, then maximum limit is rupees 2 lakh per annum for the property if the loan has been taken for acquisition or construction of the property and the construction has been completed within 5 years from the end of the financial year in which the loan was taken. And it is 30,000 in case of repair, renewal or reconstruction. Now what they are saying is you treat both the house as self-occupied. If you have taken loan for both the houses and it is after 1st April 99, then together interest on both the property, if you are paying for the acquisition and construction will remain 2 lakh. If you are paying for repair renewal, it will remain 30,000. This limit has not been increased with the increase in the limit of self-occupied houses. So if it is a case of let out property, then we will compute my gross annual net annual value like this. 30% your municipal taxes will be deducted, 30% standard net annual value you will give as a deduction, and whatever actual interest you are paying, you will deduct it. Even the pre-construction interest will be allowed as a deduction in 5 annual equal installments. If it is a case of more than one self-occupied property, means it is not for the business profession, you are living any particular place and have to leave the base stations. You have more than one house property and none of them is given on rent. Then only one property selected will be considered as a self-occupied house property and others will be considered as deemed to be let out. If a self-occupied property is let for the part of the year, then you will treat it as a let out property and you will not give any concession as a self-occupied property for it. One part of the property is let out and other is used for self-occupied purpose. Divide the portion accordingly. Treat one as a self-occupied and treat the other as a separate property being let out. In case of profits and gains of business or professions, my amount paid or payable to a relative, if it is unreasonable, then it will not be allowed. Anything you are paying more than the fair market value of the goods and services, that will be disallowed. Any expenditure in excess of 10,000, if it's made other than through the online mode of payment, the whole expenditure will be disallowed. Disallowance in case of non-deduction or deposit of TDS. See, if any interest, commission, rent, royalty, professional service fee, technical or contract or any other payment you are going to make as an expense and on which TDS is compulsory, TDS is paid or payable to a resident. If all these are paid or payable to a resident and TDS is compulsory but it has not been done, or if it is done, it has not been paid to the government on or before the due date of filing of ITR, then 30% will not be allowed as deduction. Only 70% will be allowed as a deduction. Why is it so? They are saying, okay, this is being paid to resident, so we can easily trace the payee to see whether he has paid the tax on the particular amount being received by him. If okay, as a payee you have not done TDS, but payee has paid the tax on such amount, it shall be deemed as if the assessee has done TDS and deposited the same on due date of filing of ITR by the payee, and deduction will be allowed. Means in case of payee, in case of assessee, if the payee deposit the TDS in time, in that case the whole amount will be allowed as an expense to the assessee also. Income from capital gains, if I am treating capital gains, means gains from capital assets. So whether a particular asset is a capital assets or not, I have to look for from the viewpoint of whether it is falling in this category or it is falling in this category. Capital assets include immovable properties. Movable properties held for business purpose. It means if I am having any movable property for personal purpose, it will not be counted as a capital asset. For example, if I am selling furniture of my business, my office, then it will be counted as a capital asset. But if I am selling furniture of my house, then it will not be counted as a capital asset. There are only some personal assets which are included in the capital assets: jewelry, shares, debentures, certificate, securities, archaeological collections, drawings, paintings, sculptures, or some other work of art, or agricultural land located in urban area. It means agricultural land located in rural area is not a capital asset, and if you are selling a agricultural land located in rural area, you will not be subject to any capital gain tax. Stock in trade exempted, personal movable assets exempted, 6.5% gold bond, 7% gold bond, national defense bond, special bearer. Means these kinds of gold bonds, even at the time of demonetization also issued. If the government is bringing these type of gold bonds pursuant to their scheme, they may be exempted from being included in the category of capital asset. So if you are selling your personal watch, will it be a capital asset or not? If you are selling your personal watch, will it be a capital asset or not?
It will not be.
It will be?
It will not be a capital asset.
It will not be a capital asset, right? But if it is studded with diamonds?
Yeah, then it is jewelry. So it's a...
Then it will be a?
Capital asset, personal
capital
asset. Capital,
right.
Yeah, capital asset. Ma'am, just one...
yes?
You had mentioned shares, is it in that?
Yes, shares, securities and debentures, they are all basically your capital asset.
I think it should come outside the personal assets bullet point.
See, there are only some personal assets which are subject to capital asset category in the income tax. They are these: jewelry, shares, debentures, archaeological drawings, paintings, sculptures, or some other work of art. These are listed here, right? If you are transferring this, then this is a capital asset. Otherwise, capital gain tax will be there. Otherwise, not. Okay.
Okay.
So there are some transactions which will not be regarded as transfer, which if there is a distribution of asset on partition of HUF, if there is a transfer under will, inheritance, irrevocable trust or gift, but gift of ESOP by employer to employee is a perquisite, it is not exempted. Sweat equity shares issued by employer to employee is a perquisite and not exempted. Transfer to the government or university, if you are transferring any work of art, etc., to the government or national museum or national art gallery, then this will not be treated as a transfer. In case of reverse mortgage, it is not a transfer. In case of conversion of bonds into shares or debentures, this is not a transfer, and that means this will not be subject to any capital gain tax. Redemption of sovereign gold bonds or conversion of your preference shares into equity shares of the company, right? Now, whether my asset is a short-term capital asset or it is a long-term capital asset, it depends upon the period for which I am holding my capital asset. If my holding period is 12 months or more, then these are long-term capital assets. Which one are, if it's a one way of remembering it, is units of equity-oriented mutual funds. Whichsoever are the listed securities, if they are held for a period beyond 12 months, then they are long-term capital assets. Zero coupon bonds, units of UTI. Their holding period is 12 months for defining whether they are short-term or they are long-term. It is 24 months in case this equity shares are non-listed, this preference shares are non-listed, or my capital asset being land, building, or both. If this is a case of these three things, then it is a long-term capital assets if the holding period goes beyond 24 months. It is 36 months in case of mutual funds, whether they are listed or not. In case of non-listed debentures, in case of non-listed bonds, in case of non-listed government securities, or any other capital asset other than land or building. So for jewelry, what will be my holding
I
period?
have one more business.
To categorize it as a long-term capital asset, what should be my holding period?
36 months.
Please answer this question.
This is 12. This
Yes.
is 12 months.
Absolutely
Sorry,
correct. This is 12. Or if it would
12
have been a case of unlisted equity shares?
24 months.
24 months.
24 months, right. See, this type of MCQ used to come in the exam, basically. Right? So now, what is the tax I am going to pay? It depends upon whether my capital gains are long-term capital gains or they are short-term capital gains. As far as further, it depends upon whether my asset being transferred is a equity shares or equity oriented mutual funds, or it is some other one. How is it? Let's go ahead for the one slides we had left in previously. See, first I'm covering my short-term capital gains. They say there are short-term capital gains which are covered under 111A or which are other than 111A. 111A means if it is a capital asset which is an equity shares listed on a recognized stock exchange on which you as a holder has paid security transaction tax, or it is a case of units of equity oriented mutual funds which are subject to security transaction tax, or units of a business trust are being sold. In that case, they are covered under section 111A and they will be subject to a tax rate of 15% straightforward. If there is any securities you have taken and that it is listed on the stock exchange in International Financial Service Center like Gujarat's Gift City, there is no security transaction payable. Consideration is paid or payable in foreign currency, though there is no security transaction payable, but to boost up the internet listing in the International Financial Service Center, it is an incentive that is given is that if the securities listed on these stock exchanges are being transferred under the category of short-term capital gains, in that case, they will be subject to a tax at the rate of 15%. In all the other cases, say it a case of immovable property, say it a case of personal assets, anything jewelry or official use thing, they are short term and you are selling them, then they will be clubbed in your normal income and will be clubbed to the normal slab rates. So how is it going to be taxation on the capital gains is, first I have to look whether it is a long-term capital gain or a short-term capital gain. Then if it is a case of long-term capital gains, then I have to look for whether it is a case of securities or it is a case of other assets. If it is a case of other assets, then it is 20% is a general with the surcharge and education. Straightforward 20% you will give. But if it is a case of securities, then which are subject to security transaction tax, that means they are listed securities, equity oriented funds or unit of business trust. And if long-term capital gains exceed rupees 1 lakh, then the excess will be taxable at the rate of 10%. See, this is important for MCQ. This limit of 1 lakh. It is important that how much is exempted in case I have paid security transaction tax. It is 1 lakh. Then if long-term capital gains from the, this is called section 112A. If there are the securities which are not listed or security transaction tax is not paid, or it is a case of zero coupon bond, then there is a choice, you can choose 20%. Whenever there is a 20% taxation rate, then you will always get a benefit of indexation, or there may be a choice to pay 10% without indexation benefit. In case of short-term capital gains, again, I have to look for whether the security transaction tax is paid. Yes, then pay at the rate of 15% plus surcharge and cess. Otherwise, treat it as a part of your normal income and pay the tax according to your slab rates. But sometimes what happens as an individual, my income up to 5 lakh is exempted. I am a resident individual, or my income is exempted up to 5 lakh. I have income only 3,50,000. So, and my short-term capital gains are 2 lakh rupees. So what will you ask that person? That you say ki 2 lakh, you pay 15% tax on 2 lakh of your short-term capital gains? No. You say still in the 5 lakh exemption limit, you have a cushion of 1 lakh 50. So you can set off your short-term capital gains up to the extent of 1 lakh 50 with your that particular cushion. And on the rest 50,000, you pay the tax at the rate of 15% plus surcharge and cess. This is available only to resident individual and resident HUF. Non-residents cannot avail the basic exemption limit. And the same is available to the resident individual and HUF in case of long-term capital gains in this category also. Right? And what is the surcharge rate in case of long-term or the short-term capital? Obviously up to 50 lakh, no. From 50 to 1 crore, 10%. Above 1 crore, it is 15%. This was my basically capital gain tax.
Ma'am, in this coming back to your definition of capital asset, I think there is a typo in your slide.
Yes.
That shares, debentures, securities, it doesn't come under that. I've checked the section.
What you are saying, sir? Please be a little bit louder. I think kahin music chal raha hai. It's a very
sorry,
pleasant
just
one.
1 second.
But voice जो है ना बहुत कम आ रही है आप.
Yeah, just 1 second. Yes, sorry, I was saying this personal assets, shares, debentures, securities. I think there is a typo here. This is not there in the Act. Section 214.
What you are suggesting here, change here.
Yeah, this is not there. It's not shares, debentures, securities doesn't come under personal assets.
Yes, yes, obviously, yes, it's okay. But we just, in the general way, we used to say secure. Basically, shares are securities itself. Debentures are securities itself. They are just to limelight that shares or debentures अगर आपके mind में रहते हैं तो securities अपने आप ही mind में आ जाती हैं.
No, ma'am, I'm saying it doesn't come under personal assets. Section 214.
If I am having securities, will it not be my personal asset?
Ma'am, you have to follow. I mean, I'm saying Section 214 of the Income Tax Act, ma'am. The order is immovable properties.
The point is, Ashok, let us leave it like that because it is too technical. The point is, it has to be classified under the capital asset, include, that's all. Probably she has put it in the third item, it should not be the case. Third item, it should be in 4 years should be jewelry. This is what your point is. It's only a technical point, there's no problem. The shares and securities does not come under personal assets. Your point is right. It has to come as the third serial number. The third serial number, that has to be removed, that's all. Doesn't matter.
Then you are right, sir, but something which happens is the same, the criteria is that it is capital asset. And
it is a capital asset, but not a personal asset.
Yes.
It is a capital asset, but not a personal asset. That's what his point is, that you can slightly modify it to that. It's a typo, correct. Too, it does not come under that particular definition. You are right.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. So income from other sources means the one which is not charged under salary, house property or other is the income. Dividend, casual income, subletting income, interest, gift you are receiving. And this is particularly gift that may come from income from other sources. Taxability of gift. One is this question. Family pension is deductible to the extent of and to the maximum of rupees. On this question has actually come. Other is the question that has come on the gift also. So gift means, what is gift? It may be a gift in the form of cash. It may be a gift of immovable assets, or it may be a gift of movable assets. Before going into the limits of exemptions, we would like to remember for some transactions which though they are gift, but they are not falling in the purview of taxation. Gift if you are receiving from any relative, under a will or inheritance, on the marriage of the individual, gift received in contemplation of the death of the pair, If these are the gifts you are receiving, somebody is dying and he is distributing all his assets. So the one who is receiving, he is not subject to any taxation. Money received from local authority, money received from a registered charitable institute, money received from any fund, foundation, university, other educational institutions or medical institutions. See, in the first 4 cases, they are talking about the gifts. In the last 3 cases, they are talking about the money. So it means in these cases, we can use gift for the cash, immovable as well as movable property. But here only the exemption is given if you are receiving cash from the local authority, registered charitable institute, any fund or university. So then I will classify what is the provision for the cash gift. See, cash gift means consideration is nil. Then I have to look for how much gift in form of cash I have received in the whole financial year. If it exceeds rupees 50,000, means if it is up to 50,000, then there is no taxation. But if it exceeds 50,000, then entire will be subject to taxation. Your whole gift will become taxation. But how is it? Can you answer this now? If you receive cash of rupees 40,000 as gift from your friend, amount taxable is?
Nil. Nil.
Nil.
Nil. Receipt of cash receipt of 1,50,000 in a year from your father?
150.
150 fully.
Nil, because it is from a relative.
Yes.
Received cash of 75,000
Ma'am,
from a
there's
friend.
ma'am. Hello.
Hello, yes.
Hello. Ma'am,
You are saying something or somebody?
Yes, I'm
Yes.
asking something actually. I have
Yes.
a question. Like cash gift from the relative is like not at all taxable, whether it is 50 lakhs also, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
Received cash or rupees 75,000 from a friend in a year.
75 taxable.
The entire will be taxable. Cash gift from one friend of rupees 40,000 and other friend of rupees 20,000. Taxable amount is?
60,000.
60,000.
Yes. And in this case, if cash gift from father is 20,000 and from a friend is 40,000.
Nothing will tax it.
Nothing will be taxable. Absolutely correct. Similarly, they may give that this is received on the occasion of marriage or this is received on the under the will. So just I have to keep in mind whether it is an exempted category or not. Now, gift of immovable assets, land or building. If it is given free and is not falling under the exempted category of relatives under a will or so like that, then I have to look for stamp duty value. If the stamp duty value of the immovable assets is exceeding rupees 50,000, then my entire stamp duty value will be taxable. But if it is a case of inadequate consideration, means you have paid consideration, but it is lesser than your stamp duty value. How will you go charge it to tax? Let's look at one of the example. There is a case when the stamp duty value is 1.05 crore and in other case the stamp duty value is 1.06 crore. Right? You have paid a consideration of 1 crore because this is less than your stamp duty value. It means you have paid inadequate consideration. Now I have to look for what would be my exempted. My inadequate consideration in this case is 5 lakh. In this case is 6 lakh. So I will consider my gift limit as 50,000 or 5% of consideration, whichever is higher. So 50,000 or 5 lakh, my 5 lakh is gift limit. 50,000 or 5 lakh, still 5 lakh will be the gift limit. But in this case, my gift is 5 lakh. In this case, my gift is 6 lakh. In this case, because my gift is exactly equal to the higher limit, so there is no gift tax payable. Nothing is payable. But in this case, because this has increased, this is crossing this taxable limit, so my entire inadequate consideration, see, my entire inadequate consideration will be subject to taxation. It's always the inadequate consideration that will be subject to taxation, because for 1 crore we have got the recording in the tax. It's the 6 lakh that is not being recorded, and they are saying okay, up to 5% of the consideration you could go on variation in the stamp duty value, otherwise your entire inadequate consideration will be treated as a gift. So can you tell me the answer of it?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, sir.
I think the provision which you have brought out in this slide, it is having two impacts. One is on the donor, another is on the donee. As far as the donee is concerned, I don't think that 5% leverage is given. Whereas for the donor,
I am not able to hear you clearly.
I'm saying, is it audible now?
Yes.
I'm saying the provision on in the hands of the donee does not give any 5% leverage. Whereas for the transferor, I think when you compute the capital gain under 50C, then only that 5% leverage is given to the seller. So there is a correction in this provision that the receiver, as far as the receiver is concerned, the leverage of 5% cannot be taken. In both the example, the gift is 5 lakh and 6 lakh, which is over and above 50,000 rupees. Entire amount would be taxable in the hands of the receiver. But that 5% does not come for the receiver. 56(2) does not give any 5% leverage.
So you are saying means donee has to pay tax on the entire inadequate consideration. So who is going to get the exemption in that case? Means what is the logic of this gift limit of 5% or comparing it?
The comparison is given under 50C for the seller, because seller says I have sold the property at an inadequate consideration, and for him only that 5% leverage has been granted, which in the Finance Act 2020 enhanced to 10% now.
Sir, leave about the Finance Act 2020. It is okay. This is from the donee viewpoint. Means if I am getting a gift, then this is talking about the gift tax and not the consideration, because from the seller viewpoint, this would not be a gift tax rate.
Madam, when you pay the consideration, it doesn't come under the gift first of all.
Yes.
It is an inadequate consideration case.
Yes.
56 is when there is an inadequate consideration. When there is an inadequate consideration in case of an immovable property, then the difference, if it is more than 50,000 rupees, entire amount would be taxable in the hands of the recipient. So there is no leverage of 5% given there. 50C only talks about 5% leverage for the transferor.
Means you are saying on the sale consideration, the transferor will get a leverage of 5%.
Correct.
So in that case, he will have to pay tax on 1 crore only.
Yes, absolutely right.
Right? And in the second case, he will have to pay tax on 1.06 crore.
Correct, absolutely.
Right? And for the donee, you are saying, that he will have to pay tax on the entire consideration. Right?
Yeah. And not the differential 5 lakh in the first case, 6 lakh in the second case. The benefit
this is what I have told. This is just, you have given a little bit more explanation.
No, madam. In case you see, case 1 shows no tax on the gift. I'm saying case 1 is taxable.
No, you are right. This is what I was saying, that this 1 crore is recorded.
Yeah, it is recorded. Absolutely.
This 1 crore is recorded. So for this 1 crore, whatever is the treatment, it will go ahead.
Correct.
Right? So my question now comes for what is the inadequate consideration, and for that, what would be the treatment? Right? Correct. So I will add it in also specifically mentioning, because see, this is from the exam viewpoint. We don't go in that much depth. Right? The question used to come on this pattern.
No, but you have mentioned in the case when there is no tax on the donee. That is not right, I'm saying.
You are saying this is not right.
Yeah, you have mentioned that where there is a gift, whether there is a gift, in the case when you have written no. That is not no. It is yes, it is taxable.
Okay, this is tax. But I will clarify it right now, because this is a question that I have done it in the same way, because you are basically into the practice of it. So I may be at a little bit variance with you, right? This is what.
56.2 is a section where this subject is covered, and I think you can go through that. 5% leverage point, does it exist or not? Then you will get to know.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
As far as movable assets are concerned, if it is nil, then aggregate of the fair market value will be subject to taxation. If it is inadequate consideration, then whatever is the fair market value in excess of rupees 50,000 in aggregate, that will be subject to the taxation, right? So can you tell me, do you know about the clubbing provision? What is the clubbing provision? Clubbing provision says, because if I am transferring income, I have income, it is taxable in my hand, and I am transferring it so that it is subject to, it is either exempted or subject to a lower tax rate, lower slab rate. That is my club, but tax doesn't allow this. It says, in case the transfer is revocable, it means the person, the transferer, it contains the provision for retransfer of income or assets to the transferor, or it gives right to the transferor to resume power over the income or the assets, or all the incomes arising due to revocable transfer will be included in the total income of the transferor. The one exemption here is that is in the red being mentioned for MCQ is that if there is a transfer of asset which is not revocable during the lifetime of the transferee, then income of the transferred asset will not be included in the income of transferor. When it comes to the case of remuneration of spouse, see, that happens in case a person is having a substantial concern in a substantial interest in a concern. It means substantial interest means he along with his relatives is holding 10% of voting rights or 10% of profits. In that case, if spouse is also receiving remuneration from that concern, then the remuneration received by the spouse will be clubbed in the hands of the one spouse will be clubbed in the hands of the other spouse whose total income excluding the remuneration is greater, except when the spouse is possessing knowledge, experience or skill, and the salary or remuneration being shown to her or him is attributable totally to his knowledge, experience or skill. If an asset, see in the earlier case we were saying only income is transferred, but asset is not being transferred. But in this case, if asset is also transferred to the spouse, whether directly or by creating some trust, but it is without adequate consideration or without agreement to live apart, then the income that will arise to spouse from the transferred asset will be clubbed in the hands of transferor. When marriage exists but the condition is marriage should exist both at the time of transfer of assets as well as at the time when income arises. In case asset is transferred to son's wife, in the same without adequate consideration, the income arising to the son's wife will be clubbed in the hands of transferor, provided the relationship of in-laws is there both at the time of transfer of asset as well as at the time when income arises. So now my question to you is, see, just if an asset is transferred to a married daughter and from that asset rent is being received, under whose income it will be taxable?
Who has transferred the asset? Father-in-law or the husband?
It's father. I'm talking about the daughter.
Daughter. Okay. So daughter is a minor or major?
Will it make any difference?
No, in the income tax, it does not make any difference because minor or major, minor's income would be clubbed in case of the, as per the provisions of 64(1)(a). So on that basis only I asked that whether she is a minor or a major.
Absolutely correct, sir. Absolutely correct. That's why I am asking, will it make any difference? You are absolutely correct. If it's the case of minor married daughter, whether married or not will not make any difference, but whether minor and major will make a difference, right? So if any income is accruing to a minor child, it shall be clubbed in the hands of the parent whose total income excluding the income of minor child is greater, or in case the parents are separated, the one who is maintaining the child. Exemption up to MCQ comes on this 1500 per child exemption, right? And minor child is suffering from any disability or he is earning on his own, then no clubbing will be applicable. So please answer this question. Sorry. See, in the first case, it is gifted to the wife. So whatever will be the interest, it will be clubbed in the hand of Mr. X. In the same, similar, if it is transferred to daughter-in-law, dividend will be clubbed in the hand of Mr. X. But if he has used it for a business and now he is earning income from the business, then in whose hand this profit and loss will be taxable? Daughter-in-law or Mr. X?
In the proportion of the capital, if the daughter-in-law also introduced capital in the business.
No, she has not introduced anything.
So entire income from the business would be taxable in the hands of X.
No, it will be taxable in the hands of daughter-in-law because now she is earning because of her own skill, own talent, own hard work. That's why it will be taxable in the hand of daughter-in-law. In the earlier two cases, there is nothing like that. So that's why it was taxable in the hand of Mr. X, but here it is taxable in the hand of daughter-in-law.
This is quite subjective, ma'am, because in the case of a Benami transaction, what happens is when you invest in somebody's name and you do the business all together, then as far as the provisions of income tax is concerned, it is called as a Benami transaction. And the investor is considered to be the beneficial owner, though the registered owner is somebody else. So again, it's a subjective thing. Anyway, on the face of it, okay, you have said rightly. Yeah.
See, in case of set off and carry forward of losses, if there is income as well as a loss, then it is mandatory to set off the loss. And if you don't set off the loss, then loss to the extent of income available is not allowed to be carried forward. Loss is always first set off under intra-head and then under inter-head. Once a loss is carried forwarded, then it can be set off in succeeding years only from the same head of income. How is it going to make difference is house property loss. If you have a loss from any house property like self-occupied property was there, gross annual value nil, and you are paying interest on a loan, in that case, it could be taxable. It could be set off intra-head income from the other house property. If could not be set off under intra.
The update continuous scan.
Hello. Hello.
She's frozen.
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
R.K. Raman sir has bombarded.
No, she's there. Her voice is not coming.
Video, sir.
Audio is also not coming, madam. From the morning, there is a continuous problem here also in the internet. So I don't know whether it is my or I thought it was my place only.
Madam is still on the line. I think she's there. No, she has left.
Getting reconnected.
Yeah,
she's back.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
My connection was lost because the light is not there and charging is also less in the laptop. So I would quickly cover it up, please.
Yeah, it's okay.
So it's house property loss. It is up to maximum 2 lakh. You can go for the internet set off. This is 2 lakh. That coming as a MCQ, right? It can be carried forward for 8 assessment years. If it is a non-speculative business and professional loss, intra-head set off is allowed. Inter-head is also allowed, but it cannot be set off against salary. This is MCQ that has come. Okay, under which particular head it could not be set off. Carry forward is 8 assessment years. In case of speculative loss, intra-head is allowed, but no inter-head, and 4 assessment years it could be carried forward. Wherever it is written in red and the bracket, it means it is a loss. So in case of capital gain loss, intra-head is allowed, but inter-head is not allowed. Long-term capital loss, there is a particular thing that it can be set off only against long-term capital gains. It cannot be set off even against short-term capital gain. While short-term capital loss can be set off with both long-term capital gains as well as short-term capital gains. In the further also, when you will carry forward for the 8 assessment years, long-term capital loss will be set off only with the long-term capital gains, while short-term capital loss can be set off with both long-term capital gains as well as short-term capital gains. In case of owning and maintaining resources, intra-head set-off is allowed, but inter-head set-off is not allowed. It can be carried forward. Brought forward loss can be set off only with the income of this particular owning and maintaining racehorse activity, and it can be carried forward for 4 assessment years. In case of loss from casual incomes, nothing is allowed. In case of unabsorbed depreciation, see, one thing it is for unlimited period, you can carry forward it. Unabsorbed depreciation of any business or profession can be set off under any head of income except casual income and salary income. But first, whenever comes the question of setting off, we will set unabsorbed depreciation with first business income. If it is not available, then we will look for the other income. In case of setting off unabsorbed depreciation or unabsorbed business loss, which you will use set off first?
Unabsorbed depreciation will be set off first.
Right, because we can carry forward unabsorbed depreciation will be set off first.
Yeah.
No. See, unabsorbed depreciation can be carried forward for unlimited period.
But ma'am, if you see the section, unabsorbed depreciation comes under section 32.
Right.
Whereas the forward section comes under section 70. When you do the computation of business income for the current year.
Raman sir, एक चीज बोलना चाहूंगी. Actually ना मेरे लैपटॉप की बैटरी डाउन होने वाली है.
Okay.
Right. मुझे सिर्फ 5 minutes दो, मैं ये फटाफट कंप्लीट कर दूं.
All right.
Okay, please sir. This time I am just stuck up क्योंकि मेरी बैटरी जा रही है.
Please carry.
Yeah. If loss return is not filed in time, then business loss, speculation, capital gain loss from activity of owning and maintaining and specified business cannot be carried forward. But in case you have not filed your loss return in time, then loss from house property and unabsorbed depreciation can be carried forward and set off too. In case of TDS, there has been a change that is particularly two are being covered from the exam viewpoint. It is that if interest limit is from, if the payer is a bank, cooperative society and post office, and they are paying interest up to rupees 40,000, there is no need of TDS. But in case if the payee is senior citizen, then the limit is 50,000. Similarly, rent from the where monetary, in case of a TDS on the rent, monetary limit has been enhanced from 1,80,000 to 2,40,000. So up to 2,40,000, there is no need of any TDS. Light has come, thank God. So Raman sir, we can discuss what you were saying later on also. This is just,
right. I had a doubt regarding the unabsorbed depreciations set off because unabsorbed depreciation actually comes under.
Sir, Raman sir, सिर्फ मुझे 5-7 मिनट दो. ये खत्म करने के बाद I will definitely talk to you because I think you are master of income tax.
No, nothing. I am a student.
No, it's a lot to me because see, when you are into practice, you have more depth knowledge because you are doing it on daily basis.
It's a thought only. Please carry on.
So just give me 5-7 minutes for completing so that light is not going again back. As far as section 9 is concerned, there has been a provision that was inserted on 5th July 2019 in which it was said if any sum of money which is referred as a gift has, see, they are talking about sum of money means cash. It it has been paid or given outside India on or after 5th July 2019 by resident to a non-resident or to a foreign country. If any cash or a foreign currency and something is paid which is treated as a gift, then such will be deemed to accrue or arise in India. And that's why it will be taxable in the hand of recipient who is a non-resident or a foreign company. As far as domestic company is concerned, definition is Indian company or a company in respect of which has made the prescribed arrangements for declaration and payment in India of the dividend, including dividend on preference shares payable out of such income. As per section 2, means if it is having some income which is liable to tax under the income tax and it has made prescribed arrangements for declaration of payment of dividend in India, then it is a domestic company. And what is my focus is on the definition of foreign company. They may give you 4 choices which will look similar. It is not an Indian company. It has not made arrangement for dividend. But what I will take is a company which is not a domestic company when it is coming as a choice. Because this is what is bare at saying. Section numbering is not at all required anywhere in the general law as far as this registered valuer exam is concerned. Nowhere they are going to ask number of the section, anything relating to the numbering, right? So wherever they are mentioned, you can ignore the sections numbering particularly. There has been a change in dividend distribution tax with effect from assessment year 2021-22. Domestic company isn't required to pay dividend distribution tax on any amount declared, distributed or paid by such company by way of dividend. Dividend received from domestic company is now taxable in the hands of shareholders. This is the change. That's why recently MCQs are coming on this particular topic. There has been a question on the definition of domestic company. There has been a question on the dividend that recently those who have appeared have gone through these particular MCQs. On the one is on the definition of domestic company as per our Income Tax Act. Other is on the dividend distribution tax because this has been recently changed.
Madam.
Yes, sir.
Basically, this provision, what you have said, it is governed by Finance Act 2020.
Sir, basically this is governed by Finance Act 2020. What you are saying, the change is being governed by Finance Act 2020.
Yeah.
Sir, but the section I have looked for it is specifically saying that any amount paid, distributed or paid by the company by way of dividend on or after 1st April 2003, but on or before 31st March 2020.
No, this was the provision. This was the Finance Act 2019. I'm talking about the previous slide, which talks about the assessment year 21-22. 21-22 assessment year. The Finance Act is 2020.
Yes. But that's why the assessment year is 21-22, no, sir? Right?
Yeah. So I
have written it basically because to mark out that this is a change. So when I will appear for my exam, I have to keep this particular change in mind.
But you have said, no, for us the Finance Act is 2019 only.
Sir, that's why I'm saying that this is the way of cracking that which could be MCQ that could come in my exam. And this is the feedback we have got from those who have appeared in the exam.
This is quite tricky because when we say about the amendments till 29th of February 2020, the budget came on 1st of February 2020, whereas the budget got the assent of the President on 27th of March 2020 and which is made applicable from 1st April 2020. So now the dilemma is what to understand, what to take into account, the date of the budget or the date of the assent or the applicability of the section from 1st April.
See, sir, we all know whatever is in the budget, it got approved.
Budget approved on 27th March 2020.
But whatever is in the parliament that has come on the February, it is going to be approved. So I have just knowledge that before 29th Feb, I knew that this provision is going to change.
Yeah, basically, if you go by that assumption, then all the surcharge and the rate of tax, what you have promulgated in your previous slide, that would undergo a change for us.
Right. Right, absolutely right. But we have covered up this basically because the question is coming on this particular dividend. Actually, see, they are not going to ask you the rate of change. But the thing in the mind is because the concept has changed, so one question could be asked from it. So what was the question? The question was not on this. The question was on this red one.
No, that's true. But if sometimes you have said this kind of question can also come, which is change of the taxability of dividend in the hands of the shareholder, which has come into effect from 1st April 2020, which means the Finance Act 20 will be asked.
There could be an MCQ in whose hand the dividend is taxable.
So this would be a very dilemma question for us, because what to answer?
Then you will answer it from the Finance Act 2019.
No,
okay.
Yeah,
absolutely correct. See, this is the way of shaping up the MCQs.
Yeah.
They are not asking you Finance Act 2020, but they would definitely touch upon the topics which are going some changes in this particular year, right? Previous year. So the question was on this.
All right.
And the question was in this way that, see, when we are discussing that the question has come this, we will discuss the provision also, obviously. So this is the rate is 15%. That's why I'm saying that it shall be charged on additional income tax at the rate of 15%. For deemed dividend, it is 30%. So this is my Finance Act 2019. I should keep it in mind. What they are asking now is, they have said that a company has declared dividend on 1st of July 2020. It is for the Finance Act 2019. Obviously, company used to declare the dividend basically on the basis of the its balance sheet and all. You finalize it after 31st March, and then the company is declaring dividend, and then the company is distributing dividend on 7th. Dividend distribution tax is to be paid by 14th, or within you can say by 14th of July, you can say, or it is 7 and 14 by 21st of July, or 2 other dates were also given. So this was a question that was being framed. That's why it is being marked out. The principal officer of the domestic company shall be liable to pay tax on the distributed profits within 14 days from the date of declaration, from the date of distribution, from the date of payment, whichever is earliest. So my answer will be 14th here. This is what is MCQ. And see, sometimes what happens, the MCQ which has come to the other may come in my exam also. So our effort is remains that we collect the MCQs as much as possible from the one who is appearing in the exam recently, right? So interest payable and all is this. This FD dividend we have discussed on the assets CDS. Right. So now you were talking about unabsorbed depreciation before seeing that whether there is a time, and I could cover up one more thing. You just tell me what you were saying about unabsorbed depreciation.
Was just referring to the section of unabsorbed depreciation because it doesn't come under the set off and carry forward chapter at all. Because unabsorbed depreciation comes under the section 32 itself. So when we take a deduction, when we compute an income under some chapter, then subsequent to computation of the income under the set chapter, we go for the set off and carry forward chapter. Okay, so my only view and suggestion was, since it is coming under the same set of chapter 4.
No, so, it is not coming under the same chapter. It is just a provision, that's why in the last.
No, madam. Unabsorbed depreciation as such, there is no provision in under chapter 6.
Right.
So it comes under chapter 4 only. Chapter 4 is computation of business income.
Right.
And the set off and carry forward provision begins from section 70 to section 80, which is chapter 6.
Right.
What my view is, just to first we have to compute the income under the respective chapter. The chapter 4 talks about the computation of business income. Under this chapter itself, the unabsorbed depreciation falls. So my first priority is to compute the income as per the set chapter. Then the carry forward or set off provision will come into the picture.
So, sir, if you have calculated and there is a business income, right? And there, what will you do? You will deduct the first. You will say I will deduct my unabsorbed depreciation, and then I will look for my set off and carry forward provision and the set of business law, unabsorbed business loss. Right? You are saying this?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. So anyone having an idea about double taxation avoidance agreement?
It comes under Section 90 of Income Tax Act, bilateral agreements.
Right.
And wherein we are supposed to get the tax credit of the taxes paid outside India, or we may get an exemption, total exemption, not including such income in India in computing the total income as per the provisions of Indian income tax law.
What is the logic of double taxation avoidance agreement?
It is basically to avoid tax on the same income, or the jurisdiction will take the responsibility of levy of tax. Like if he earns an income in India and then he pays tax in India as well as he is liable to pay tax abroad, then his income is getting double tax. So he wants a relief. That relief is provided as per the provisions of the income tax law. If it is an Indian citizen, he will get the benefit in Indian laws. If he is a foreign citizen, he will get the benefit in the foreign laws. But the double taxation avoidance agreement will tell which jurisdiction has a right to levy tax on his income.
Right. It is basically, if you are a resident of India, we say residential status, the time we discussed, our entire income will be taxable. Right? If I am a non-resident, then my entire income will not be taxable. Only the income which is earned in India, accrue or arise in India, deemed to received in India, deemed to be received in India will be taxable. So for now, if I am a non-resident, then there is no question. But if I am a resident of the country, then I have to pay tax on the entire income, whether it's related to India or it's related to outside India. On the basis of residence, every country all over the world are levying tax on the two bases. One is the source country, other is the residence country. For the residence, and in case of individual and HUF who is resident but not ordinarily resident, they have to pay tax from the business income and business controlled wholly or partly from India, or from a professional income from a profession set up in India. Only these will be subject to tax. Now, we say for the same income, we are paying tax twice, one in India, other in the country of the source income. So what happens, the government all over the world are entering into the double taxation avoidance agreements, and Section 90 applies if the government has entered into the agreement, and Section 91 applies if it is no. What does it mean? It means that if there is a double taxation avoidance agreement, then relief will be given both from our country as well as that country. How will they give relief? Their relief is a bilateral benefit. We say there could be a tax exemption method. Tax exemption method in source country, you will pay tax. Is the logic all over world followed is source country from where you are earning the income, you will pay tax. And the country of where you are resident, you will be exempted. Other way is tax credit method. In this tax credit method, you clubbed your all income, calculate the tax, and deduct from it the tax you have paid in the source country. That is what is tax credit method. So residence rule and source rule we are following all over the world. But if it is a case of unilateral relief, even then, in the country of residence, you will get relief for the tax paid in the source country. This is basically your double taxation avoidance agreement. And particularly for Section 91, the thing is income assessee should be resident. Income is derived from foreign country. Tax have been paid, means if it is actually you have paid or deducted in foreign country, and with that country, India is not having any double taxation avoidance agreement, then you will get a relief under Section 91, which is known as unilateral relief. This is what is your basically the superficial knowledge of the basic thing and the double taxation for the unilateral relief as well as the bilateral relief. Just give me 1 second. I'm sharing one more slide from you. Do you know how is agricultural tax is being calculated on the agriculture in case you have an agricultural income?
Partial integration is applied.
How do you apply partial integration?
Agriculture income is added to the total income. Tax is computed on total income. That is first step. Second step is agriculture and exemption limit is added. Then tax is computed. Third is the difference between the first and second is the tax on the non-agricultural income.
Right. So this is known as one question may be the only on this word partial integration. It is applicable in case of individual HUF, AOP, body of individuals or artificial judicial person. The net agricultural income should exceed 5,000 per annum. Non-agricultural income should exceed the basic exempted limit 5 lakh, 3 lakh, 2 lakh, 50,000, right? So add net non-agricultural income with the net agricultural income, compute the tax on the aggregate amount, add net agricultural income with the exemption available, exempted limit available, like you say you are in the 3 lakh limit or you are in 250 lakh, you add your agricultural income to 2 lakh 50,000 and then compute the tax. And then whatever will be difference between the two, it will be that will be subject to taxation and it will be increased by the surcharge and health and education cess. What is the provision for taxation of ESOP?
It is taxable at the time of allotment of shares in the hands of the employee. And
how
the
is
price
it going to be?
It is taxed on the basis of the difference between the exercise price and the market value of the share as on the date of exercise allotment of shares.
See, we have already discussed it also. ESOP is basically employee stock option plan. You have read recently in your preceding section also, preceding session. Whenever ESOP is given by the employer to an employee, at the time shares, see, at the time when the shares are allotted to the employee, only then it will be treated as a perquisite because it is the option of the employee to opt for it or not. So whenever he will opt for it, it will be treated as a perquisite and it will be taxable under the head income from salary. Employee shall, sorry. Now, one is it will be treated as perquisites, right? So whenever he will receive ESOP, how will you calculate perquisite value? What will be the value of perquisite? It will be the fair market value on the date of exercise less the price he has paid to exercise the option. It will be the value of your perquisites. But when the employee is going to sell these shares, they will be treated as capital gain. And the difference, what would be, how will we calculate the capital gain? It will be the net sale price less the fair market value on the exercise date that you have taken at the time of calculating the perquisites. And long-term capital gains, again, your STT payable or not, depending upon that 20% or 10%. And in case of short-term capital gains, again, depending upon STT payable, it is 15% or it is a part of your normal slab rate. Similar will be the provision for the sweat equity shares. The same way you will apply for the sweat equity shares, the difference between the fair market value and the price paid for the sweat equity shares is treated as a perquisites on the date the shares are allotted. And on the date they are sold, the capital gain will be sale price less the fair market value which is taken on this particular date of allotment. we are talking about the income received in India or deemed to be received in India or deemed to accrue or arise in India. What is the provision for that? What exactly it is?
It is incidence of tax.
So, can you give me one example for it?
Income deemed to be received in India, for example, if interest on a loan from a non-resident is paid, interest is paid by a resident, and the person who is a lender, he is a non-resident. So when we pay an interest to a non-resident, that interest income would be deemed to be received in India for the person who is a non-resident. He is though receiving the money outside India, but since the payer is in India and he is using the money of the non-resident in India for his business, so therefore, as per the provisions of section 9, it is deemed to be received in India.
Okay. So if there is anyone who is having a property in India, right? He is having a capital asset in India, but he is a non-resident. He sells that property. So whatever he receives, how will that income be treated?
It is taxable in India because the property is situated in India.
So it will be deemed to accrue or arise in India or received in India, right? You were an employee while you were in India, right? Or you may be a government employee or anyone. You are now you have shifted outside India. You have become non-resident, but you are receiving pension.
As per section 15, salary is taxable. As per section 9, salary is taxable in the country where the services are rendered.
Absolutely correct. Section 15, the services are rendered. And if there was a recognized provident fund in which the contribution was made, and now after Mani's retirement, he has moved outside India and he is still continuing with the public provident fund and all these provident funds. So whatever income that is accruing to that particular funds, interest income will be there in it. How will that be treated?
Interest up to 8.5% is exempt. I think to certain limit it is exempt. There is no taxability.
Okay. Income from a business connection in India by a non-resident.
Yeah, it is deemed to be a permanent establishment in India, and the income is taxable in India.
Absolutely right. So this is what a little bit I have covered in this particular, I think slide is not open, sorry. I'm just opening it again. We have discussed basically what it is. I'm just showing you the slide also for the same. These are the basic things they used to touch upon. Basically. I know generally what the question right nowadays are coming is on the distribution tax. One example I have given you. Earlier there were questions on the gift for the amount exempted in case of cash gift particularly. They used to say that you have received, because the exam will not go in that much depth, but for the cash gift, the questions were there in MCQs in the earlier sessions also, right? I don't know why this slide is not opening. Just, I wish to show you this slide. Just a minute. Yes. A little bit I have covered for this, not in depth. I won't take beyond that time. So you could have a lunch session. Obviously, your lunch session is due. I think so, right? So I'm just slipping on the things. We have discussed the same thing, that if it is from the business connection in India, or from any property in India, from any asset or source of an income in India, or through the transfer of capital assets. Just keep these things in mind for the exam viewpoint. means something that is there in India, from that you are earning income, though you are a non-resident, and it will be assumed to be deemed to accrue or arise in India, right? So now you can go for your lunch. Basically, it is already late, and I think your next session is due when?
2:45. 2:45.
Okay, still 45 minutes are there. Okay, okay, thanks a lot. It's very nice interacting, particularly with the Raman sir, because he has a very in-depth knowledge of the income tax. Basically, you are practicing an income tax, Raman sir, no? Where do you put up?
My office is in Kailash Hills, madam.
Kailash. So you are basically in Delhi.
Yeah.
Okay. And rest, Shiva sir, you are from?
I'm from Chennai.
You are from Chennai. And Sundarajan sir?
I'm from Chennai.
Oh, you from Chennai. Very good. And the others, I'm not able to see a video of anyone. So I'm not able to know. Yes. Sir, you have come back?
Yeah. Actually, I'm from Gujarat.
Avinash sir, you are from Gujarat?
Yeah, I'm from Gujarat.
Very good.
I'm practicing as an advocate now.
Yes, great. Okay, so you are doing advocacy basically, particularly in the taxation or?
Yeah, only taxation. I practice as a chartered
calculation amount analyze and
I'm into taxation, indirect taxes.
Okay. Achal ji?
Yes, ma'am.
You are from?
Surat, Avinash bhai.
Okay. Acha, oh, great. I didn't go by the surname usually because sometimes we got confused with the surname and mistake the identity. Great. So you are chartered accountant?
Yeah.
Oh, great. So it's a very good combination you are pursuing. And I am really surprised and happy also that you are pursuing it together. Because generally what happens, only one does and the other don't. But it's very good that you both are. So you are planning to set up a registered valuer entity?
No, not really. Majorly for practice. Actually, we completed insolvency professional course.
Okay, great.
And now we'll be completing this for our knowledge purposes only. Because Avinash is purely into litigation. I'm pursuing my law also.
Okay.
Then we'll be focusing only on the litigation matters.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Anuj ji, I would remember, I would keep you in mind, this particular combination is so fascinating that it will always remain in mind. Anuj ji,
thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm based in Delhi.
You are in Delhi?
Yeah, I'm Delhi only.
So had the session been in Delhi, we could have met with the Raman ji and Anuj ji, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And others, we have to go to Gujarat and Chennai.
But it's good because of live session we are all together.
Yes,
different parts of India.
Yeah, right. Lockdown, after the lockdown, the sessions are easy to be taken because you need not take such a long break. You are still in office and online, you could take easily the session. Sometimes you could miss a part of it also, and sometimes you can join it back also, right? Amit ji, you are from?
Yes, ma'am. From Surat, ma'am. From Gujarat.
Wonderful, yeah. Surat, from Surat, there are so many persons. It's great.
We are three. I'm also partner with Avinash, sir.
Oh, so all the Avinash are there today in the session, right? This is a very good thing, and I'm really surprised and happy too that all the partners are doing it. It's wonderful, right? Wonderful session with you, and particularly with the Raman sir. It was really a wonderful interaction. Thanks a lot to all of you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.